If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 226, Steve. Chapter 225. With Fang Mo's words, the two demonic swords in his hands were activated in an instant. Before anyone could react, Fang Mo had already charged directly toward the position where Kukaki Byakuya was. So fast. Even Kukaki Byakuya couldn't help but narrow his eyes at this moment, trying to quickly summon Senbonzakura. But Fang Mo's speed was just too fast. Even if he wanted to call upon the Cherry Blossom defense, it was already too late. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Bankai, Ashisaji Jiz. With this voice, a massive and bizarre golden baby suddenly appeared out of thin air. This creature had a golden baby head with white eyes rolled back, wearing a red scarf. However, its body was that of a giant caterpillar, looking extremely disgusting. Although it looked disgusting, its appearance was very timely. Fang Mo was about to attack Kukaki Byakuya, but this creature suddenly flew in, directly blocking the fatal blow. Fang Mo waved his left hand, and his crystal-like thin great sword slashed into the body of the Ashisaji as the latter let out a scream, as if its caterpillar-like body was torn open with a huge wound, nearly cut in half. In an instant, a large amount of disgusting fluid spewed out like a rain of blood. It was only at this moment that Kukaki Byakuya's controlled Senbonzakura barely managed to defend. What kind of speed is this? The captain of the second squad, Soi Fon, also looked shocked when she saw this scene. The speed of the opponent just now was simply terrifying. Even if she used her shunpo, she probably couldn't keep up. For a moment, a ludicrous thought rose in her heart. Could it be, has Aizen been hiding his true strength all along? Yes, because of the power of Kyoka Suijutsu, all the captains present had mistaken Fang Mo for Aizen, while the real Aizen was invisible to them. However, Fang Mo also heard Soi Fon's mutterings and looked up at her. In the next second, he teleported, suddenly appearing in front of Soi Fon. Do you also wish to dance? Soi Fon saw Fang Mo suddenly appear in front of her, and her mind went blank. Her body subconsciously wanted to flee, but unfortunately, she had been kicked by Fang Mo earlier. As soon as she tried to move, a tearing pain shot through her abdomen, and she couldn't help but spit out blood. Fang Mo showed no mercy, slashing down with his crystal long sword. However, just then, someone in the distance shouted, "Shadow Ghost," and the shadow on the ground suddenly sprouted a blade that collided with Fang Mo's sword. Although it didn't completely stop his attack, it did reduce some of the force. The next second, Fang Mo's long sword slashed onto Soi Fon, cutting from her left shoulder downward, splitting her shoulder blade, collarbone, sternum, abdominal cavity, and pelvis. In reality, under normal circumstances, when Fang Mo's sword came down, the opponent would likely have their intestines spilling out. However, the extreme cold attached to the crystal greatsword immediately froze the flesh and blood at the wound, barely allowing Soi Fon to maintain some lucidity. She looked down at her injury, and an instant fear of death enveloped her. However, she seemed to have suddenly made a decision, gritted her teeth hard, and waved her hand. White cloth suddenly wrapped around Fang Mo's body. Bankai, Jakarake Ben. As Soi Fon shouted, the spike on her right hand directly transformed into a giant golden missile. This is the Bankai of the second squad captain, Soi Fon, a mysterious single-person weapon with a killing range farther than its range, similar to a small nuclear bomb. She clearly prepared this move as a last resort, ready for mutual destruction. Fang Mo also noticed Soi Fon's actions and suddenly laughed. Why? You like little boys too? However, Fang Mo quickly realized he had misspoken. Anyone who has seen Bleach knows that Soi Fon is actually a female, who greatly admires Yoruichi Shihaoran. So joking about her liking little boys is clearly a mistake. Instead, consider her vice-captain, Maraki Yomada, a stout nobleman. Sorry, misspoke. Fang Mo laughed again. It seems you like big guys. However, Soi Fon had no intention of engaging in this joke, and it was unclear whether Aizen had also blocked the captain's hearing, making them unable to hear themselves speak. In any case, Soi Fon stared fiercely at Fang Mo in front of her, ready to detonate her Bankai. But just then, another woman's voice sounded. Shun. Accompanying this voice, Yoruichi Shihaoran, wearing an orange and black tank top, suddenly rushed over, grabbed Soi Fon and threw her back, then kicked Fang Mo. Damn! Even you've betrayed me. Seeing Yoruichi's actions, Fang Mo cursed again. But now Fang Mo was not joking. Even if Yoruichi rushed over, he would still strike without hesitation, swinging his icy greatsword. However, Yoruichi's combat experience was much higher than that of Soi Fon. She didn't fight hard with Fang Mo. After saving Soi Fon, she immediately retreated. At the same time, Seijin Komamura began to manipulate his black rope Sky Scold Ming King to attack Fang Mo, while Kuriko Shunsui also suddenly rushed up. Irony! Kuriko Shunsui said as he went straight for Fang Mo. Isn't it over? Fang Mo completely ignored Kuriko Shunsui, and instead raised his sword towards Seijin Komamura not far away, Thousand-Year Ice Prison. Ender Sword's greatsword, the magic of the Snow Queen burst forth, transforming into a raging tornado of cold wind that directly attacked the left formation of Komamura village. The latter tried to resist, but he simply couldn't. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen in place by an enormous ice block the size of a building. At the same time, Kuriko Shunsui's attack also hit Fang Mo. But it only made a clang sound. What? Kuriko Shunsui looked up at Fang Mo in surprise. Irony didn't work? How is that possible? Do you think I'm like the rest of you? Fang Mo glanced at Kuriko Shunsui and spoke, disregarding whether he could hear or not. Want to cut the black parts on me? Sorry, I'm all yellow. Kuriko Shunsui's Zanpakuto is very peculiar, a rare rule-based one with abilities like Takeanai, Kajinai, Irony, etc. It's actually just like playing a game. Takeanai is about who stands higher wins, Kajinai allows both sides to attack through shadows, and Irony lets Kuriko Shunsui call out a color on the enemy's body, and then both sides can only attack that colored part. The less of that color the opponent has, the stronger the attack. In the original story, Kuriko Shunsui defeated Starkey, the Primera Espada, using Irony. But the problem is, Fang Mo perfectly counters this technique of Kuriko Shunsui. Because he has a customizable Steve avatar. The moment the other side shouts out a color, he simply switches his own color. Even his pupils are turned yellow, let alone black. Fang Mo questions where on him is there black? After his rant, Fang Mo slashed at Kuriko Shunsui. However, the latter is quite powerful, having become the head captain during the Thousand-Year Blood War arc. Seeing Fang Mo's attack, he immediately used Kajinai to dodge into the shadow and quickly distanced himself from Fang Mo. But Fang Mo was also getting annoyed. He stared at Kuriko Shunsui, used teleportation to catch up, and thrust his long sword forward. Kuriko Shunsui tried to use his old tricks, but Fang Mo activated his gravitational field, immobilizing him on the spot. The next second, a thud was heard as the long sword pierced through his chest. Shunsui! Captain! Yokotake Yashiro and Soi Fon immediately shouted. The first one. Fang Mo didn't care. He kicked Kuriko Shunsui in the stomach, withdrew his long sword, and began to focus on the next target. Which was Byakuya Kokaki here. Seeing this, Byakuya Kokaki instantly felt a sense of great crisis. Without thinking, he unleashed his most powerful skill, En's Cape, White Emperor Sword, Shikiai, Hakuri Icon. Countless cherry blossoms gathered around him, transforming into a pair of cool wings of light. Holding his Zanpakuto, Byakuya Kokaki prepared to confront the enemy as his spiritual pressure exploded outward like there was no tomorrow. This move again. Upon seeing Byakuya Kokaki's action, Fang Mo also chuckled and commented, in this world, using the same move twice will make you lose, you know. After speaking, Fang Mo also raised the ice sword in his hand, earnestly mimicking the other party. Then, he deliberately uttered a cheesy line. Bankai, the sigh of the snow goddess. Morning dew blade. As he spoke, Fang Mo raised the crystal greatsword in his hand. The magical power of the Snow Queen was fully activated at this moment. The blade was instantly surrounded by spirals of ice crystals and snowflakes. Then, Fang Mo charged at Kokaki Byakuya. Kokaki Byakuya raised his sword to meet the attack. The two weapons collided, and spiritual energy and magic erupted at the same time. A spherical energy field rapidly expanded, engulfing both figures. However, the energy quickly dissipated. Kokaki Byakuya, covered in blood, fell to the ground. Without saying another word, Fang Mo brutally stomped on his chest. The sound of breaking bones rang out as Kokaki Byakuya's ribcage shattered, causing him to cough up blood and lose consciousness. The second one. Fang Mo calmly spoke, then turned to look at Yokosuke Yashiro. But at that moment, two violent surges of spiritual pressure suddenly rose to the sky. A man and a woman, both captains, appeared in front of Fang Mo. You seem to be quite strong. Zaraki Kenpei held his zanpakuto and laughed wildly, although I haven't found that troublemaker, cutting you down is the same. Come on, fight me. As for you, I can't hold back any longer. The female captain on the other side was Retsu Anohana of Squad 4. She now also abandoned her guise as a healing soldier and drew her zanpakuto, Minajiki. Immediately blood began to flow from its sheath and blade. Bankai, all is vanquished. Oh, you two finally decided to make a move. Fang Mo smiled upon seeing this and directly raised another fiery greatsword. In that case, to show my respect for you both, Bankai, the roar of the fire god. Positive sun blade. Accompanying another cheesy line, suffocating flames burst from him. Everything around was instantly vaporized. The ground immediately erupted in a chain of explosions, and the temperature of the whole area rapidly increased. The earth began to soften, turning red, and those with lower strength couldn't even resist, screaming as their bodies turned into fireballs. What is this fire? Seeing this flame, let alone the Godi I-13, even Aizen was taken aback. The power of this weapon was terrifying, he even hesitated on how to create illusions for everyone. However, Fang Mo didn't care about that. After activating Leviatine, he immediately invoked his arcane ring. Wood release, deep forest, ahem, twilight descends. The ground began to tremble uneasily, followed by countless thorns rising from the ground. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the entire area and continued to spread wildly outward. Chapter 227, Steve Chapter 226. Due to the unique characteristics of the Twilight Thorns, it's even harder to deal with than the original Twilight Forest. Forget about the level of vice captains, even captain-level powerhouses find it extremely troublesome to deal with. Yokosuke Yashiro, who has been sick for many years, failed to dodge in time. He tried to use Kido to blast these thorns, but the next second something shocking happened. After these thorns were blasted away, they actually multiplied at an even crazier rate, instantly entangling him, with countless spikes piercing into his body, making him groan in pain. Yoruichi immediately used Shunpo to try and save him, but Yokosuke Yashiro immediately yelled, "Don't come over. The more you fight, the more it grows." Just as he finished saying this, Yokosuke Yashiro was completely engulfed, leaving only a massive ball of thorns in his place. Something's not right. Looking at the massive ball of thorns in front of her, Yoruichi suddenly frowned as if realizing something. This doesn't seem like Aizen's ability. And just as she finished saying this, a cracking sound suddenly rang out. Not far away, Aizen suddenly transformed into Fang Mo's appearance. Yes, Aizen's Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijutsu, also has its limits. Although it controls the 5 senses, it can't make you not feel death, right? Fang Mo had just used his ultimate skill to clear the field. Even if he wanted to keep up the act, he couldn't anymore. The vice captains were almost burnt to ashes, and then there's Fang Mo with flames, plants, and ice. Clearly, this is not a Shinigami's ability. The other captains aren't fools, they'd realize something was wrong. What? Seeing that Aizen had suddenly turned into the Ryoka, everyone on the scene was stunned, except for Zaraki Kenpei, who was excited. He didn't expect to find the right person by mistake. This was great, he wouldn't let him leave without beating him to death today. But just then, the roar of Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly came from not far away. Stop! Don't touch Rukia! Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that Aizen had somehow appeared above the Skyaku hill. At this moment, he had inserted his hand into Rukia's chest and pulled out a dark blue gem. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, the unfortunate kid wasn't hurt, he was just entangled by the twilight thorns because of his carelessness. Now he could only watch as Rukia was pierced through her chest and then thrown down from the hill like garbage by Aizen. So this is the Hogyaku that Urahara Kisuk researched, truly surprising. With the item in hand, Aizen also revealed a confident smile. Soon he noticed Fang Mo not far away and directly said, "I really have to thank you, unknown Ryoka. If it weren't for you drawing these people's attention, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to get this." "Are you done talking?" Fang Mo glanced at Aizen. "Once you're done talking, you might as well flee to Hueco Mundo and start farming. Don't ruin my mood for a fight." Hearing Fang Mo's words, Aizen was somewhat surprised and raised his eyebrows. It seems, you're quite familiar with my plans. If it were you, you'd understand this feeling, right? Fang Mo looked at Aizen and then calmly said, heading forward, feeling invincible. It's exhilarating to be unbeatable, but it gets boring if you're unbeatable for too long, don't you agree? Aizen's brow was slightly furrowed. He understood the meaning behind Fang Mo's words in an instant. In just a few sentences, Aizen already understood the real reason Fang Mo came to the Soul Society. It wasn't to wipe out the Godai 13 or to prevent him from obtaining the Hogyaku, or to help Urahara Kisuk or anything like that. He might just be amusing himself. Challenging all the captains was part of it, as was deliberately letting Aizen go. Aizen knew well that the power of a Shinigami has its limits. He wouldn't be able to defeat this monster solely relying on that power. Fang Mo probably realized this too, so he decided to let Aizen obtain the Hogyaku, planning to fight him again after evolving to a higher dimension. He really is an interesting guy. Thinking this, Aizen's gaze towards Fang Mo changed a bit, taking on an indescribable nuance. Before Aizen could speak again, suddenly two figures flashed by, two blades were put to his neck. He looked left and right and found it was Retsu Anohana and Mayuri Kuratsuki. That's enough, Aizen. Retsu Anohana said seriously, I've been finding it strange for a while. I didn't expect you to actually be alive. Did you arrange all this? I'd advise you not to move, Captain Aizen. On the other side, Mayuri Kuratsuki was holding his Zanpakuto, with a sly smile on his face looking at Aizen. I'm very interested in that thing you have there. You call it the Hogyaku? Heh, quite interesting. Would you mind handing it over for me to study? Captain Anohana, Kuratsuki, I didn't expect both of you to survive that last round. Aizen was not the least bit nervous, but instead smiled, but is it really okay to not go save people now? Several captains are about to die. They knew the risks when they stood here. Retsu Anohana said directly, as for you, Aizen, why did you kill the people in the central 46 chambers? What exactly is your goal? Facing Retsu Anohana's intense questioning, Aizen just smiled and didn't speak. However, in the next second, a sudden, terrifying spiritual pressure swept over the entire scene. A red light flared up not far away, and the twilight thorns were instantly burned to ash. Everyone, back off for me. The head captain, wielding Raijin walked slowly from a distance, his chest exposed. I will personally execute this traitor. As he spoke, a scorching heat wave erupted from him. Even the twilight thorns couldn't withstand this high temperature, they were burned to ash before they could multiply. As Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni approached, he actually cleared a path free of thorns, just this aura was terrifying enough. Head Captain. After seeing Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, Aizen also showed no tension and smiled, aren't you going to deal with that Ryoka first? He has killed quite a few Shinigami from Godai 13. I will take care of both of you. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was furious at this moment. In his eyes, Aizen daring to kill the people of the Central 46 was truly an extreme crime, these were nobles after all. His actions were even worse than the Ryoka, Fang Mo. Today he must personally cut him down here, and of course, the Ryoka could not be spared either. With that thought, Yamamoto erupted in a burst of high heat and raised his sword. Sword of Great Fire. With a low shout, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. However, just when everyone thought he was going to kill Aizen, Fang Mo suddenly raised his Ender sword, Snow Queen. The next second, the burning blade struck the Snow Queen. What? After seeing this, everyone present was stunned. The head captain had said he would kill Aizen first, but he suddenly attacked the Ryoka? This seemed somewhat like an ambush. With the head captain's temperament, he wouldn't do such a thing. What puzzled everyone was that even Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni himself was stunned. What is going on? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni said, furrowing his brow. It's his Zanpakuto. At this moment, Yoruichi suddenly spoke, Aizen's Zanpakuto's ability is complete hypnosis. Complete hypnosis. Everyone was stunned, this wasn't what Aizen had said earlier. So it's like that, a Zanpakuto that manipulates the mind. Retsu Anohana immediately realized, no wonder I thought there was something wrong with Aizen's body. It wasn't the body that was the problem, but I myself, have been affected by illusion. He. Hearing this, Aizen also smiled, you're right. My Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijutsu, can manipulate the five senses, whether it's shape, mass, state, taste, touch, or even spiritual pressure. From the beginning, you've all been caught in an illusion. Perfect hypnosis. Mayuri Kuratsuka heard this and frowned. Hypnosis should have some prerequisites, right? Strange. When did you manage to do this? The condition for activating Kyoka Suijutsu is to let someone witness the moment of its release. Aizen smiled and said, as long as you've seen it once, you'll be under hypnosis from that moment on. Whenever I release my Zanpakuto in the future, you will be under my control. So that's how it is. Retsu Anohana quickly understood, you showed the power of your Zanpakuto to all of us before, and the purpose was this. Exactly. Aizen calmly said, of course, those who cannot see are immune, so. Tissen was under my control from the very beginning. With his words, Tissen also slowly walked over from not far away. Humph, mere tricks. However, Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto didn't care about all this. At this moment, he directly raised his Raijin and said, Aizen Sosuke, do you really think that mere illusions will let you escape from me? Head Captain, I have no intention of underestimating you. Aizen smiled and said, but please think carefully, why would I be explaining all this to you? What? Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto frowned. In the next second, a massive black crack suddenly tore open in the sky. A large group of terrifying white monsters poked their heads out, emitting horrible screams. Following that, 3 rays of light descended from the sky, enveloping Aizen, Jin Ichimaru, and Tissen Kaname. Sorry, Head Captain. I'm leaving now, Aizen said indifferently. Holification. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni looked at the scene before him, his face so dark it was terrifying. A fearsome killing intent radiated from him, but he did not act. He couldn't. This holification was the ability of the hollows to save their comrades. Once it was complete, the inside and outside would be different spaces. For now, Yamamoto couldn't stop Aizen from leaving, he could only watch this terrible criminal leave the Siraidii. Collaborating with hollows. Retsu Anohana also seemed shocked by this and said incredulously, Aizen, why are you doing this? For a higher realm. Before Aizen could say a word, Fang Mo suddenly spoke up on his own, no one starts out on top, not you, not me, not even gods. But this unbearable period of vacancy for the throne of heaven is about to end. From now on, I, Aizen, will stand at the pinnacle. Aizen looked at Fang Mo, at a loss for words for a moment. However, his emotional adjustment abilities were still strong. After taking a deep breath, he quickly smiled again, goodbye, captains, goodbye, interesting Ryoka. Next time we meet, you will regret what you've done today. Do you have to act so arrogant? However, Fang Mo was also fearless, directly raising his big sword at Aizen and saying, keep acting arrogant, and I'll flood your Hueco Mundo, you believe me. Chapter 228, Steve Chapter 227. In any case, let's meet again in the future. Aizen didn't seem to care. He smiled, turned around, and walked into the darkness. After he left, the focus of all the captains present shifted to Fang Mo. Especially Head Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who had just been thoroughly enraged by Aizen. He looked around and saw the surrounding area covered in thorns, his anger escalating, clearly on the verge of losing control. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop sulking, okay? Fang Mo kindly advised, you're not getting any younger. Wouldn't it be troublesome if you were to have a stroke or heart disease? It would be better to have a quick death on the battlefield fighting me. You. Ryoka. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni stared intently at Fang Mo, you and Aizen are equally unforgivable. I will kill you here today. Are you sure? Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Fang Mo also smiled, what if you can't kill me? Then from now on, you'll change your name to Yamamoto Genryusai Light Country, how about that? Burn it all down. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni didn't want to say another word to Fang Mo and immediately unleashed his power. A huge fireball, the size of a building, flew out and engulfed Fang Mo in an instant, apparently intending to temporarily control him. In the original story, Yamamoto had used this ability to trap Aizen and his party. After trapping Fang Mo, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni raised his hand as if preparing for something. His spiritual pressure was steadily rising, and the temperature around him was increasing to the point where even steel started to melt uncontrollably. But before he could release any skill, Fang Mo poked his head out from the fireball. "Are you up for it or not, old man? You can't even burn people properly, and you call yourself the head captain. What?" Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was stunned upon seeing this. His attack was not an ordinary one. To escape, one had to withstand the flames of his Zanpakuto, which were as hot as the sun's surface. How did this guy come out unscathed? Before Yamamoto could figure it out, several figures rushed towards Fang Mo. These people were Anohanaretsu, Zaraki Kenpeki, Mayuri Kuratsuki, and Yoruichi Shihaoran. Now, to fight with the head captain, Fang Mo had already put away his Snow Queen Ender sword and was holding his reforged Leviatine. With just a single swipe, the flames surged like a tsunami, easily repelling the others. "Fang Mo, stop fighting. These captains are our own people." Yoruichi Shihaoran was forced back by flames and couldn't help but shout at him at this moment. "Our own people?" Fang Mo smiled and counter-asked, "Are you sure? You and Yurahara Kisuk were driven to the human world by these own people. That was all Aizen's scheme." Yoruichi Shihaoran couldn't help but say, "They now know the truth, continuing to fight is meaningless." "It's meaningful, very damn meaningful." Fang Mo burst into laughter. "These guys came at me from the start. We've already fought to a point of true sentiment. If I stop now, believe it or not, these captains will be the first to disagree." "Exactly." Kenpei Zaraki burst into laughter after hearing this. "Today, nobody can stop me from fighting with this Ryoka." Yoruichi Shihaoran felt a headache coming on after listening. Mutual combat. Anohanaretsu glanced at Fang Mo, hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively said, "I don't mind this, but can we change locations? Here we can't use our real strength, and I assume you wouldn't want to defeat us like this, right?" "Oh? Do you have a dance practice room here too?" Fang Mo asked. "What?" Anohanaretsu was also stunned, not understanding what Fang Mo was talking about. But the next second she turned her head to look at Mayuri Kuratsuki. "Captain Mayuri, is there any way to send us somewhere else?" Mayuri Kuratsuki didn't speak but directly took out a strange device from his pocket. "This technology isn't mature yet and carries the risk of destroying souls, even for captain-level beings," he spoke only after taking out the device. "But for transporting you bunch of monsters, it should be fine." With that, he directly activated the spherical device. Then, a large amount of light directly enveloped the people present. When the light dimmed, the surroundings had turned into a wasteland. Fang Mo looked around and found that the head captain, Kenpei Zaraki, Yoruichi, and Anohanaretsu were all there. But Mayuri Kuratsuki was nowhere to be found. However, there was no time to think too much, as Kenpei Zaraki had already charged over. He held his sword with both hands and swung it at Fang Mo while laughing maniacally. Retsu Anohana also started attacking Fang Mo at the same time. It's worth mentioning that her appearance and aura had completely changed. Initially, she looked like a gentle and kind older woman with thick braided hair. Now, her hair was unbound, flowing like a waterfall. Coupled with her black combat outfit, she gave off an inexplicably terrifying vibe. Fang Mo effortlessly fended off their combined assault, holding his sword, Leviatine, with one hand. The sword he had crafted was incredibly effective. With the speed of the redstone and the efficiency of the original enchantment, the giant sword felt extremely comfortable in his hands. Normally, swinging such a heavy, door-like sword would be strenuous, but Fang Mo felt as if the weapon was an extension of his own body, a perfect unity of man and sword. Even as Retsu Anohana and Kenpei Zaraki intensified their attacks, they couldn't break through Fang Mo's blade. He merely activated some of the power of Sir Tuer within the sword, and the resulting heatwave forced them back, severely damaging their Zanpakuto in the process. The sword was simply too sharp, its edge enhanced by both craftsmanship and enchantments, capable of cutting through anything. "If you get too close to the sun," he said, watching the two captains, whose hair had curled from the heat, "you'll be burnt to ashes." In terms of appearance, Fang Mo now resembled Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto. His sword, Leviatine, had turned into a weapon similar to Regenjaka, engulfed in flames, but evidently larger and more ferocious. The flames spewing from him painted half the sky orange-red. Just then, Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto finally activated his ability, shouting, "Inferno!" The ground shook, and dozens of massive pillars of fire shot up into the sky, each hundreds of meters in diameter, enclosing them like a massive cage. Oh! Seeing Yamamoto get serious, Fang Mo also became serious. He teleported behind Retsuya Nohana and pierced her with his sword, instantly defeating her. Then, he pivoted and punched, a black spherical force field covering his fist. At the same moment Kenpei Zaraki slashed at his neck, he blasted a hole through Zaraki's stomach. In an instant, he had defeated the last two captains. Yoruichi Shihaoran frowned but left without engaging Fang Mo. Now that the small fry are dealt with, let's not beat around the bush, said Fang Mo, looking at Genrisai Ishigakuni Yamamoto. Use your Bankai. You don't plan to defeat me with just Shikai, do you? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Yamamoto retorted coldly. This one move is enough to blast you to pieces. After this battle is over, you should have Ichigo Kurosaki go to the human world and buy you some brain supplements, Fang Mo said, touching his forehead. Your brain really isn't that good. Don't get dementia or something, life would be really miserable. Inferno. Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni didn't speak, directly manipulating the pillars of fire around him. Upon seeing this, Fang Mo also had no choice but to swing his Leviatine. Infernal hell! The power of the fire giant Surtur burst forth, and in an instant, dozens more pillars of fire rose from the ground. Although there was no fluctuation of Rishi, their power was absolutely not weaker than what Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni had unleashed. What? Seeing this, Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni immediately furrowed his brows, but he quickly realized what was happening and subconsciously looked at the giant sword in Fang Mo's hand. As the head captain of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni didn't understand any MC rules, nor did he know who Surtur was. He was now somewhat suspecting that Fang Mo had the means to copy Zanpakuto abilities. He had also seen the Snow Queen Ender sword before, which looked a lot like Hitsugaya Toshiro's Hiranmaru. But now Fang Mo had another sword of flames, which was obviously his own ability. He suspected that the opponent could copy Zanpakuto abilities, which could also explain why the opponent could unleash his unique skill, Infernal Hell. Do you think that by copying my abilities, you can defeat me? After figuring this out, Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni snorted coldly, and then, with a flash step, appeared in front of Fang Mo. I already know your strength, but I have many more tricks up my sleeve. Oh! Fang Mo raised Leviatine and easily blocked the opponent's Regenjaka. Have you seen all of my strength? Two fire-attributed weapons collided, causing a violent explosion. The entire ground instantly turned into a chasm, but at the same moment, a layer of golden-red energy flames also ignited on Fang Mo's body. This was not the power of the demonic sword Leviatine. It was the chakra cloak of the tailed beasts. Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni felt a hard-to-resist force coming from his Zanpakuto, and his entire person involuntarily flew out. However, Fang Mo then instantly appeared above him, his fist covered in a spherical force field, and without saying anything, smashed it down toward his head. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. Feeling threatened, Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni also had no choice but to activate his Bankai, Zanka no Tachi West. Zanjutsu Gokui. The moment his abilities were activated, a layer of golden-white flames covered Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni's body. These flames were converted from highly concentrated Ryutsu, with the temperature reaching 15 million degrees. The gravitational turbulence covering Fang Mo's fist was affected by this, reducing its power. Fang Mo also frowned upon seeing this. He also didn't understand the scientific principles behind these abilities. Was it some kind of interference to the force field caused by highly compressed Rishi? However, it was just a moment of hesitation, and Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni had already counterattacked. The katana in his hand turned black and dry, but it emitted a tremendous threat. Zanka no Tachi East, Kaikijutsuken. Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni let out a low shout, slashing his sword at Fang Mo like lightning. Interested in testing the other party's attack strength, Fang Mo didn't dodge, but directly raised his arm to block it. As a result, the power of the remnant flame blade was beyond reason. Fang Mo's arm couldn't block it and was immediately severed. Steve also instantly lost 4 hearts. What the? Fang Mo was also taken aback. He currently had a fire immunity effect. Theoretically, a flame-like blade should not harm him. Yet his arm was cut off, so did the attack from the rising sun blade not count as fire damage? Utter foolishness. Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni saw this and sneered, "You think my blade is no threat without fire?" Saying this, he swung his sword at Fang Mo again. Damn! Fang Mo cursed and quickly used Leviatine to block the attack. Hold on, let me pick up some equipment first. However, Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni didn't care at all. After releasing his Bankai, he wanted to finish off Fang Mo as quickly as possible, given the irreversible effects it would have on the Soul Society. His Zanpakuto swung rapidly, attacking Fang Mo from various tricky angles. "How dare you attack a disabled person?" Fang Mo saw this and was obviously a little angry. However, before he could unleash his big move, a flash of white light blinked, and the severed half of Fang Mo's left arm grew back. What? Both Fang Mo and Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni were stunned. Yamamoto was stunned by Fang Mo's regenerative abilities. His arm growing back in a matter of seconds was indeed a bit exaggerated. As for Fang Mo himself, he was completely stunned because of the ring on his hand. Yes, when Fang Mo said he was picking up equipment, he wasn't lying. He had put on the crimson ring on his left hand, which had just been severed. But the strange thing was, when Fang Mo's arm grew back, the crimson ring was still on his hand. Seeing this, Fang Mo was obviously stunned, but he quickly realized that he was now a data body. With such a body, like Steve, no matter how many times he gets attacked, as long as he's not dead, the ring would absolutely not fall off. This is just a setting in the Minecraft world. In other games, like DNF, Dungeon and Fighter, for example, I've never heard that when the Emperor Blood Tyrant dies, his earrings, rings, bracelets, etc., all fall to the ground. If equipment really dropped like that, could you even continue to play? Damn, is a digital body really that awesome? After realizing this, Fang Mo couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, unlike Fang Mo's delight, head captain Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni is not of the same mind. He is getting a bit impatient, it can't be helped, as he's already quite old. Although his combat power is still off the charts, his stamina will soon be unable to keep up if the fight continues. Thinking this, the spiritual pressure around Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni began to rise once again. Since you can regenerate, then next time I'll cleave you vertically. Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni took a deep breath, then prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Zankan no Tachi, North. You're going for your ultimate move. Fang Mo glanced at him and also slowly lifted the great sword in his hand. Fine, then I won't play house with you either. As soon as the words were spoken, the ring of Arcana lit up with a bright light. Instantly, the great sword in Fang Mo's hand trembled, as if one could faintly hear the roar of Sir Tuer within. The flames on the sword began to compress, like the Zankan no Tachi, changing from red to orange, and then to golden. Finally, a great sword with no flames, as white as if burnt out, appeared in Fang Mo's hands. After all this fuss, it's about time for me to go back. Fang Mo looked at Yamamoto Genrisai Shigakuni in front of him and spoke with a smile, I'll save Aizen and the Hogyaku for next time. This time, I'll finish you off first. As soon as the words were spoken, both rushed towards each other at the same time. The blades of pure white and burnt black collided, making no sound, yet everything turned to dust in the silence. Chapter 229, Steve Chapter 228. Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto, the head captain of the Godai 13, is indeed not to be underestimated. Especially his Bankai, Zankan no Tachi, is so powerful that even Waiwak, the ultimate antagonist and son of the Soul King, didn't dare to confront it head-on. Instead, he chose to use a decoy to fake his death and ultimately stole Yamamoto's Bankai to kill him. However, that's just what the original character did. As for Fang Mo, the weapon he holds is the sword that can destroy the world, Leviatine. In Norse mythology, it's the demonic sword that can truly burn the world tree and incinerate all 9 realms. In its normal state, powered by the internal flame giant Surtur, it can easily burn several cities. When Fang Mo simultaneously activates the Vulcanite amulet and the Ring of Arcana, the power of these two artifacts will synergize with Leviatine, increasing its power geometrically. If this sword were stabbed into the ground, flames and magma would expand like a tsunami until all organic life on the planet was burned to ashes. Considering Leviatine's previously immaculate white color, Fang Mo calls it the damping device. In the final duel with Yamamoto, Fang Mo's damping device was slightly superior, directly resisting the head captain's Zankan no Tachi, and then counter-attacking to cut him down. However, because of the collision with Zankan no Tachi, Fang Mo's originally aimed strike deviated, cutting Yamamoto below the waist and turning everything there into ash. Yamamoto, who was already old, couldn't withstand such a severe injury and fell from mid-air. Taking advantage of this, Fang Mo raised his hand and forcibly absorbed Zankan no Tachi into his own hand. As Fang Mo had expected, the moment he touched Zankan no Tachi, his ring of arcana was suddenly activated, followed by a terrifying suction force that began to devour the spiritual pressure within Zankan no Tachi. Very quickly, Zankan no Tachi became an ordinary blade. Fang Mo, as if having some realization, slowly raised his right hand. With a flicker of thought, a large fireball rapidly formed in his hand. However, in the next second, he activated the void ring. Accompanied by the activation of the gravitational field, the fireball in his hand was compressed to the size of a ping-pong ball, like a miniature sun. Interesting, Fang Mo said, looking at the fireball in his hand with a thoughtful expression. But before he could delve deeper into his research, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. System prompt, relevant traits detected, you've gained download permission for a new module. System prompt, chain collection module download initiated. System prompt, chain collection module download complete, would you like to load it? What? Fang Mo almost thought he had heard wrong after listening to the system prompt. Say again, what module have I unlocked? System prompt, chain collection module download complete, would you like to load it? Upon hearing the system's notification tone again, Fang Mo immediately fell into deep thought. The chain collection mod is actually quite useful, he usually adds it when playing Minecraft. During mining, all you have to do is hold down a button to instantly mine all connected ores. It's really handy when mining coal, and the same goes for chopping trees. Hold the button and chop, and you can instantly cut down an entire tree. If he enchants the axe with automatic smelting, then going to the twilight forest to chop down those giant twilight oaks would instantly yield more than 20 stacks of charcoal. Hilarious, he couldn't possibly burn through all that. Fang Mo once used this ridiculous method to supply his partner with enough fuel for half a week's worth of thermal generators. In the end, she couldn't resist making a high-temperature fission reactor array, thereby retiring the thermal generators. However, the charcoal Fang Mo brought back wasn't wasted, it was used to smelt steel. The topic has diverged a bit, but the fact remains that the chain collection mod is indeed useful. But the current problem is not with this mod. It lies with the system itself. Even if Fang Mo racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what exactly triggered the system to suddenly unlock the chain collection mod. He unconsciously looked at the Regenjaka in his hand and then at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni lying on the ground. He was completely baffled. Where does this old man show any trace of chain collection? His Zanpakuto isn't even a pickaxe, so how could it trigger chain collection? What bothers Fang Mo even more is his system. As mentioned earlier, Fang Mo's system is not the intelligent type. Asking it anything is useless, there are no options for answers. So even if Fang Mo asks the system, it won't pay any attention to him. Chain collection. Fang Mo rubbed his temples in resignation and tried hard to recall what he had done to meet the prerequisites for unlocking this mod. After thinking about it, Fang Mo realized that apart from fighting people, he really didn't do anything else. So could this chain collection refer to him knocking out the Godai 13, collecting their lives, honor, victory, or something else? But that's just a thought. After all, the mod still needs to be downloaded. So Fang Mo silently confirmed it in his heart. System prompt, chain collection mod successfully loaded. System prompt, because you have downloaded and run a brand new mod, you have received a lucky block. This lucky block will randomly draw an item from any known mod. After loading the mod, Fang Mo no longer bothered to think about it. With a slight movement of his mind, he teleported back to the underground cave. As early as when Fang Mo placed his villa, he secretly inserted an ender metal stick here. With Brown Magic's Flying Thunder God technique-like features, he could teleport back here no matter how far away he was. As soon as Fang Mo returned to the underground cave, the baby ender dragon playing alone noticed him and rushed towards him. Mom! Fang Mo turned his head and saw this scene, taking the opportunity to hold the ender dragon in his arms. It's worth mentioning that this little guy has been growing bigger and bigger. At first, it was about the size of a housecat, but now it feels like holding a Siberian husky. Especially, this creature picked up some bad habits from somewhere, not only wagging its tail but also liking to lick people like a little dog. As soon as Fang Mo hugged it, it started licking him enthusiastically. Fang Mo blocked it with his hand, ending up with a handful of saliva. All right, my good girl. Fang Mo lovingly patted the little ender dragon's head. Get ready, we are leaving this world. Then, what about Aunt Yoruichi? The little ender dragon showed a worried expression and hesitantly asked, will she come with us? I already told you, it was a misunderstanding. Fang Mo's face turned dark as he explained, your Aunt Yoruichi is originally from this world. She has her own ties here and won't leave. Roar. The little ender dragon let out a happy roar, yay. Okay, let's go back. Fang Mo helplessly rubbed the little ender dragon's head and then pointed to the nearby villa. This time, don't sleep in the doghouse. Go sleep on the bed in the master bedroom. The fridges on both the first and second floors are filled with food I've made, eat whenever you're hungry. Eat whenever. Hearing this, the little ender dragon was clearly even happier. After cheering, the little guy flew straight into the villa. Fang Mo also walked over, closed the geochest, and put it back into his storage space. He actually enjoyed this Bleach journey quite a bit. Mainly because stealing lines from Aizen was really entertaining, and tricking Captain Tyson into eating Jinkei Law and such. He guesses that the next time he returns, Tyson would have mastered the death god hand knife straight to the heavenly spirit cover palm. Besides that, Fang Mo also gained quite a lot. In terms of modules, Fang Mo unlocked Sakura and Chain Collection. Moreover, after unlocking Sakura, the Bamboo and Sakura modules unexpectedly fused together, resulting in a new interlinked module right, unlocking a large number of outrageous enhancement features for Tinker Construct. Megatama weapons and the like are fine, but this Hot Spring Sword and Villager Sword are just too ridiculous. I've mostly caught up with the current storyline of the Ryoga arc. After Aizen goes to Hueco Mundo, it will take some time to fuse with the Hogyaku. If Fang Mo wants to stay here, aside from beating up the Zero Squad, there's no other point, so he might as well go back to the Minecraft world. Might as well try making more Tinker's weapons. Especially this Villager Sword, Fang Mo feels like he must make a few more to play with. However, before returning to the Minecraft world, he has a few things to handle, like greeting Yoruichi and Komamura Seijin, and casually touching Hitsugaya Tashiro's Zanpakuto. When he touched the Zangetsu before, his magic ring absorbed the spiritual pressure within it. So theoretically, the spiritual pressure of Daiguren Hiren Mara should also be absorbable by the magic ring. Just do it. Fang Mo has no plans to dawdle anymore. After sorting out his items, Fang Mo quickly left the underground cave. First, he went to the central 46 chambers, which has now been sealed off by the Godai 13. After all, the death of the central 46 is a big deal, and the matter is being handled seriously. Fang Mo searched around and quickly saw Hitsugaya Tashiro. Different from the original story, this guy was knocked out by Fang Mo and was not nearly killed by Aizen. He has already woken up and is maintaining order here. Seeing this, Fang Mo directly teleported in front of him. Yo, young man. Fang Mo greeted him with a smile. Is it you? Hitsugaya Tashiro was clearly frightened and immediately drew his Zanpakuto. How are you here? Where's Aizen? Aizen couldn't beat me and fled to Hueco Mundo, Fang Mo shrugged. What? Hitsugaya Tashiro was stunned, then hesitantly asked, what about the head captain? I just felt his angry spiritual pressure. Did you defeat him too? Pretty much. The old man was taken out by me in one blow, Fang Mo nodded, but considering you're all a bunch of crybabies, I left you half a chance. Chapter 230, Steve Chapter 229. You left half of. Head captain. Upon hearing this, Hitsugaya Tashiro instantly became tense. You killed the head captain. Go now, you might still catch it while it's hot. Fang Mo shrugged his shoulders, or you could find someone skilled in medical treatment to save him. However, I suggest you talk to the Zero Division and let Utsunomiya create a wheelchair-type Zanpakuto for Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Oh, it should be called Light Country? Now since he lost a bet to me. How is it possible that even the head captain is not your match? Hitsugaya Tashiro was somewhat shaken, and his hand gripping the Zanpakuto began to tremble. He had indeed felt the spiritual pressure of the head captain just now. After all, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was really too strong. When he fully activated his Bankai, not to mention the entire Seirai, even the whole Soul Society could feel his spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure doesn't lie. But the problem was, the head captain's spiritual pressure only burst out for a brief moment. It then completely disappeared. In the Soul Society, everyone knows what the disappearance of spiritual pressure means. It's clear that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, this legendary Shinigami, has lost and is currently in a state of life and death unknown. That monster who could even defeat the head captain. Could he really win? Although Hitsuga Toshiro is still very young, that doesn't mean he's a fool. He couldn't even see the speed of the opponent. Was there any point in fighting? But just then, he suddenly noticed that Fang Mo drew a huge sword from behind him. What are you doing? Hitsuga Toshiro instantly became extremely cautious. Don't worry, I'm not interested in defeated enemies. Fang Mo waved at Hitsuga Toshiro and said with a smile, I just really dislike sycophants. In my ancient homeland, there's a saying that flatterers don't die well. Hinamori Momo should still be alive, right? Let her come out and take one of my strikes. You. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, Hitsuga Toshiro became anxious. She has already been hurt by Aizen like that, can't you let her go? Sorry, I can't. Fang Mo slowly shook his head. Aizen didn't kill her with one stroke, it's clear he still has feelings for her. Now that Aizen has fled, I can only vent my frustration on her. But I'm a relatively conscientious person, I promise to strike only once. The head captain just taught me a technique called Heaven and Earth Turn to Ashes, and I think it's pretty good, it might even turn her into an immortal. No way. Hitsuga Toshiro couldn't help himself and gritted his teeth, saying, if you want to harm Hinamori, you'll have to step over my dead body. Oh, all right. Fang Mo nodded, I won't bully you. Go ahead, activate your Bankai, if you survive this one move, you win. Bankai, Daiguren Hiren Meru. Hitsuga Toshiro shouted cooperatively. A surge of cold air filled the surroundings and instantly coalesced into icy wings behind his back, while his limbs were also covered in dragon-shaped ice armor. Come on! After completing his Bankai, Hitsuga Toshiro cautiously looked at Fang Mo. Without speaking, Fang Mo charged forward. The sword in his hand violently struck towards Hitsuga Toshiro, who had been focusing on him. Seeing Fang Mo disappear, Hitsuga immediately unleashed his spiritual pressure, creating an ice mountain to seal himself inside. But how can a mere ice mountain contend with the sun? In the blink of an eye, the ice mountain sublimated into gas, and Hitsuga Toshiro was sent flying by a sword strike, falling unconscious. While sending his opponent flying, Fang Mo also took the opportunity to grab the blade of Daiguren Hiren Meru. A ring on his finger emitted a faint light and immediately absorbed the spiritual pressure within Daiguren Hiren Meru. Quickly, the three ice flowers behind Hitsuga Toshiro shattered, and Daiguren Hiren Meru returned to its original form. It's done. After feeding his ring, Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction and then said to the surrounding Shinigami, who were clearly scared, someone, take this honest kid to the 4th division. The surrounding Shinigami hesitated for a moment. The opponent was the worst calamity in history, and he didn't kill the captain of the 10th division? But Fang Mo didn't care about these trivial matters, it wasn't a fatal wound after all. So he turned and left, heading towards some other location. After spending a little time, Fang Mo had returned to that place. Currently, the scene here is still chaotic. Many members of Squad 4 are busy rescuing the injured, and most of them are vice-captains. The battle earlier was really terrifying, so much so that just the aftermath could instantly kill them. As for the captains, you could say these people are really tough. Mayuri Kuratsuka didn't participate in the previous major battle. According to him, his Zanpakuto Bankai was instantly destroyed. Rather than rushing in to be killed, it was better to stay back and think of other solutions. Thanks to various potions he had, the group of captains survived. People like Komamura Seijin, Soi Fon, and Byakuya Kukaki had relatively minor injuries, mostly superficial wounds, and can already move a bit. However, for people like Kurako Shunsui, Yokotake Jushiro, and Zaraki Kenpeki, it's a bit more complicated. Kurako Shunsui got stabbed directly through the chest. Mayuri Kuratsuka's restorative potion was useless, this had to be handled by the captain of Squad 4. The headache is that the captain of Squad 4, Retsu Unohana, was also stabbed through the chest. She was just brought back by Ichigo Kurosaki, and the best healer here, Orium is currently treating her. But her recovery will take some time, so there's nothing to do but hang on. As for Yoruichi Yashiro, actually, Fang Mo didn't even attack him. But he's frail. While others have escaped from the Twilight Thorns, he couldn't because he started coughing and failed to get away. He later made it worse by attacking it with Kido, ending up covered in thorn-induced wounds. He's having a sudden attack of his illness and is kneeling on the ground, gasping, looking like he urgently needs the physician Urahara Kisuke. All in all, under the influence of Fang Mo, the Godai 13 are almost entirely incapacitated. This is now the weakest time for Soul Society's defense. Fang Mo even wonders if members of the Zero Division will show up, but considering how Aizen made such a fuss, and no one from there has even bothered to look, they probably don't care. Unless Fang Mo indicates he's going to attack the Royal Palace, then they might take it seriously. Although the Zero Division hasn't made a move, people from the Skyaku Hill can't sit still. Upon seeing Fang Mo's return, their expressions instantly changed. Those who could still move, like Soi Fon and Byakuya Kokaki, even Yoruichi Yashiro who's coughing up blood, all stood up and looked at Fang Mo with extreme seriousness. Hey, what's with those expressions? Fang Mo looked at everyone and directly said, aren't you going to cherish the lives you've barely saved? Even the head captain couldn't stand against you. Soi Fon's expression was particularly stern, probably also realizing how bad the current situation was. Her face was almost pale, but she still pursed her lips and activated her Shikai, attempting to confront Fang Mo. I left half of that old man for you guys, so you might want to hurry up and go. Fang Mo raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Bankai. Kokaki Byakuya said nothing, probably wanting to defend his noble dignity to the death. He aimed his Zanpakuto at the ground, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly a few figures appeared in front of him. Kokaki Byakuya was stunned to see that the figures blocking him were none other than the other visored youths, namely, Kurosaki Ichigo, Chad, and Orium. Mr. Fang Mo, please stop. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still in Bankai, held up his Zangetsu and advised Fang Mo. I don't know what grudge you hold against the Soul Society, but isn't this enough? I have no grudge against the Soul Society, Fang Mo shrugged. Hey! Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned. Then why are you attacking them? Is it okay if I simply don't like them? Fang Mo said. Everyone's acting all high and mighty. There's an old saying in my hometown, 3 days without beating leads to a collapsing roof. These Shinigami are just like that. Arrogant but also incredibly eager for strength. Even if I speak nicely to them upon first meeting, they absolutely won't listen and will even look down on you. But if I give them a good beating, they'll be willing to listen. By the way, where did Yoruichi go? Miss Yoruichi just hurriedly left. As Kurosaki Ichigo was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the scene, carrying 2 hot iron buckets. Yoruichi arrived in a great hurry, completely oblivious to the atmosphere. After landing, she finally noticed Fang Mo and froze on the spot. You're back again. No, what's with the buckets you're carrying? Fang Mo touched his forehead and asked. Chapter 231, Steve Chapter 230. Speaking of which, this bucket looks so familiar. Fang Mo looked at Yoruichi and quickly realized, isn't this the bucket I threw into the underground cave? Looks like you finally realize the seriousness of the situation and plan to run away with it. Did you kill the head captain? Yoruichi was also quite shocked to see Fang Mo unscathed. Why, you want to save that old man too? Fang Mo retorted. If you really killed the head captain, the Godai 13 are likely to never let you go. Yoruichi said with a headache, Kurako Shunsui and Yoruichi Yashiro are his disciples. Never let me go. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo immediately lifted his sword and said, come on, look at my big sword and repeat what you just said. Yoruichi rubbed his forehead with a bit of a headache, forget it, I'll go check again. After saying this, Yoruichi directly carried the iron bucket over to the 4th Division Captain Retsu Anohana. Currently, Orium was using her powers to heal Retsu Anohana, but she had just mastered her powers not long ago, so the healing was still slow. The large sword wound on Retsu Anohana's chest had stopped bleeding, but a full recovery would obviously take a long time. But Yoruichi didn't care, he immediately poured the scalding liquid from the iron bucket onto Retsu Anohana. Miss Yoruichi, wait! Orium didn't know what this was and was startled, is this, hot water? Yoruichi was indeed in a hurry and didn't have time to explain anything to Oriaminu. He vanished on the spot with a flash step, presumably going to save the head captain. As for Retsu Anohana, after being doused with a bucket of hot water, she suddenly grunted and then slowly woke up under the astonished gaze of Oriaminu, and the penetrating wound on her chest visibly healed at a noticeable speed. This. Oriaminu was stunned. She only knew that hot water could disinfect, but could it also heal the wounds of a soul reaper? After waking up, Anohana Retsu first looked around and immediately realized that she was back at the previous Kyaku Hill. She then closed his eyes to sense the spiritual pressure of the head captain but found no trace. She immediately understood the current situation. As expected, has Godai 13 already failed? Just then, the voice of Mayuri Kuratsuka came from the side. Hey, now that you're awake, come and treat the wounded quickly. Mayuri Kuratsuka looked serious and said to Anohana Retsu, if we don't save them now, these guys are really going to die. Following the voice, Anohana Retsu saw Mayuri Kuratsuka standing on a flat ground, and in front of her were several severely wounded captains, such as Zaraki Kenpeki and Kyoriko Shunsui. They had lost consciousness after suffering grave injuries. Upon seeing this, a strange expression appeared on Anohana Retsu's face. She glanced at Fang Mo, who was standing not far away, and then at the chaotic surroundings, seemingly puzzled as to why he was not taking any action. No one in the Soul Society should be able to stop him now, but he seemed to be watching as if it were a play. It was indeed very strange. However, Anohana Retsu didn't have time to think too much. The condition of these captains was indeed urgent. She immediately unsheathed his Zanpakuto Menage Ki and activated its initial release to heal the wounded, combining it with his Kido. As soon as Anohana Retsu took action, the work on Mayuri Kuratsuka's side immediately became easier. He directly took out a small glass bottle and went to the place where Yukatake had just fainted, collecting some of the residual liquid on the ground, probably intending to study its composition. He paid no attention to Fang Mo, who was standing not far away. In contrast, Soi Fon and others were extremely vigilant about Fang Mo's every move. Soon, before Anohana Retsu had finished healing, Yoruichi appeared, carrying Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. It was evident that she couldn't have returned so quickly just by using Shunpo, she must have used some other ability. Although Yamamoto was saved by Yoruichi using some divine spring, he had lost both his legs. Now he could only be a wheelchair-bound person, bald just like Professor X. Upon seeing Yamamoto's dire state, all the captains were shocked. They never thought that the enemy would be so strong that even the head captain could not defeat him, and what's more terrifying was that the enemy remained unharmed. As of now, there was really nothing the Soul Society could do about him. However, the captains also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, although the head captain was now disabled, he was still alive, and as long as he was alive, there was still hope. At this moment, Yoruichi also approached Fang Mo. I get it now, about just how much trouble you can cause, Yoruichi said, holding her forehead as if she had a headache. I was originally trying to stop Aizen's scheme, but now the whole Godai 13 has lost its combat capabilities because of you. How can this be called causing trouble? Fang Mo spread his hands and smiled. In my hometown, there's an old saying, no fight, no acquaintance. Now that I've fought with them, I guess we're acquainted. I think they'd rather never have met you. Yoruichi couldn't help but ask, so what are you doing standing here? Planning to pick them up and fight again? That won't be necessary. Fang Mo shook his head, I'm not interested in defeated opponents. So, are you planning to go to Hueco Mundo next? Yoruichi asked. Are you going to slash all the hollows there, or just target Aizen? Hueco Mundo, I'll definitely go. Fang Mo touched his chin, but the time isn't right yet. Why? Yoruichi asked curiously. Aizen is too weak. It's frustrating, Fang Mo spread his hands and said, I should at least wait for him to build his own team and get a little stronger. What's the point if I go there now and finish him off in a few strikes? You're waiting for him to get stronger before making your move. Yoruichi widened her eyes, aren't you afraid he'll become stronger than you? The power of Hagyaku is more terrifying than you think. Aizen's goal isn't just to become stronger, he wants to become a true god, replace the Spirit King, and stand at the highest point in the sky. By then, no one can stop. Doesn't matter, I'll make my move. Fang Mo waved his hand, speaking in an indifferent tone. You. Yoruichi didn't know what to say at this point. She also felt that Aizen was no match for this guy. However, she had also witnessed his ability to create chaos, so she couldn't count on him to be serious. So, subconsciously, Yoruichi looked toward Ichigo Kurosaki not far away. This naive young man seemed more obedient. Thus, Yoruichi secretly made up her mind. She couldn't rely on Fang Mo, she would stick to Kisuke Urahara's plan and find a way to help Ichigo Kurosaki grow. His potential is incredibly astonishing, and he hasn't been influenced by illusions. He really does have the possibility to fight against Aizen. Alright, it's about time for me to go back. Just as Yoruichi was pondering this, Fang Mo also spoke, the Godi I-13 here is almost taken care of. Next time I come, I'll deal with all 4 great noble families, especially that Kukaki family. I heard they've been bad people since their ancestors, might as well wipe them out. Could you be more polite? Yoruichi frowned and said, don't you know I'm from the Chien family? Oh, in that case, I won't kill anyone from the Chien family, Fang Mo casually remarked. How does that feel? Do you feel like you've gained some face, like you're someone special? What are you talking about? Yoruichi said with a headache, just don't do anything reckless. The 4 great noble families are related to the Soul King. If you mess with them, Squad Zero might come after you. Isn't that even better? A delighted expression appeared on Fang Mo's face. I've long found those guys irritating. Why not ruin some of the Zero Division's palaces for fun? This time Yoruichi said nothing, just silently looked at Fang Mo. Ha ha ha, enough chit-chat. Seeing Yoruichi's silent demeanor, Fang Mo couldn't help but laugh. Then, with a thought, he summoned his stand, Steve, see you next time, little black cat. After saying this, Steve directly opened the linking book. Swirling black mist enveloped Fang Mo, and by the time it had dispersed, he was already gone. Accompanied by a familiar sense of weightlessness. Fang Mo opened his eyes and found himself back in the MC world. Alright. Time to get to work. Because he had a great time in the Bleach world before, Fang Mo wasn't overly sentimental. He jumped out of bed and, as usual, did a quick inspection of his territory. This was because a world anchor had activated the area. So, this time the changes in the Minecraft world were quite significant. Firstly, the crops. Fang Mo had just harvested them before leaving, but now they had fully matured. Besides that, there was the cosmic neutrino collector. Before leaving, Fang Mo had placed a funnel in a box under the neutrino collector, and now the box had almost 9 sets of cosmic neutrino dust. Without crafting any Avaricia items or equipment. These cosmic neutrinos were enough for Fang Mo to use, as the materials needed for his crafting soul weren't many. Apart from these, Fang Mo also noticed some changes in the bamboo forest around his home. It wasn't any other change, but the texture seemed to have improved, it looked more refined now, probably influenced by the entire bamboo cherry set. It feels good. Fang Mo nodded and then had Steve change his gear from the warehouse. As everyone knows, Minecraft is a mining game. Not letting Steve mine is like torturing him. While Steve was mining, Fang Mo also checked his own electricity generating setups, like the Emerald Factory, the Minotaur Punishment Device, and the iron and coal farming machines. Before he could even finish inspecting his own monster farm, the extremely lucky Steve found a dungeon and unearthed a pristine Megatama from it. Damn! Chapter 232, Steve Chapter 231. Whoa! Upon seeing the Megatama in Steve's field of view, Fang Mo was immediately stunned. My luck today is unbelievable, isn't it? Although the dungeon reward box didn't yield the Book of Ages, getting a Megatama is already great. You should know, this bamboo mod has been loaded for quite a while, but I've never come across a single Megatama. What's more, this particular Megatama isn't just any kind. It's exactly the white static Megatama that Fang Mo currently desires the most. Haha! Now I can go to Jojo. Fang Mo suddenly beamed with joy. 16 seconds of time stop, I'll be damned if I don't snoop on Lisa. I mean, I'll be damned if I don't transport Dio Brando. With a mere thought, Fang Mo directly commanded Steve to take away the Megatama. After storing the Megatama, Steve continued mining, while Fang Mo checked his power generating devices. As it stands now, the mob farming conveyor belts are operating quite well, with no issues requiring repair. He looked around and found that these power-generating devices are running in an orderly fashion. This time, when Fang Mo returned from the Bleach world, he brought back only the Sakura and chain mining mods. These two mods have little impact on the Minecraft world. After all, Sakura is pretty much a replica of bamboo, just with some additional recipes and decorative items. As for chain mining, it goes without saying, it's a purely functional mod, not even adding any items to the game. However, Fang Mo didn't have time to study how chain mining works and whether his real-world body could also utilize its features. But let's not talk about whether Fang Mo's real body can use it for now. Steve is having a blast using it. The chain mining that Fang Mo unlocked is almost the same as when he used to play Minecraft. Besides ores, it can also affect gravel and obsidian. That's absolutely awesome. Fang Mo immediately had Steve go to the end to dig obsidian pillars. After digging up a few of these obsidian pillars, Fang Mo estimates that he won't lack for obsidian for a long time. All in all, after returning to the Minecraft world, Fang Mo and Steve have been bustling around for several days. Steve is basically mining, while Fang Mo is exploring the surroundings. In his spare time, he also has to study the guide for his bamboo and Sakura mods. Currently, he only has a few mod guides on hand. So, of course, he has to study them carefully. After a brief study, Fang Mo also discovered the correct way to generate Megatama. Aside from dungeons, this mod also comes with another method to obtain Megatama. That is by defeating a boss. Something called the Villager Avenger. Fang Mo checked the guide and found that the summoning method is similar to that of the Wither, except you have to replace the Wither skulls with villager heads. In the original bamboo mod, the villager head, or the villager block, can only be cut off with a samurai sword. However, after becoming the bamboo and cherry family bucket, this limitation was removed, and you can also use Tinker's construct weapons. So Fang Mo made a weapon specifically designed for killing wither skeletons, called Villagers Must Die. It has the feature of Beheading X, combined with Molten Gold's Loot Duplication and Earth Mother Alloy Slaughter features. With one swing, the villager lost 4 heads, as if both its circle head and cross head had been chopped off, extremely brutal, akin to a treasure for Louis XVI. He placed the villager block on soul sand, and soon the Villager Avenger appeared. Its modeling was very casual, just an ordinary villager's appearance with a pair of semi-transparent ender dragon wings attached to its back. Once summoned, it began to throw villager heads wildly. But even as an Avenger, it was still just a villager in the end. Steve casually threw a few darts, and it exploded on the spot. After the Villager Avenger died, it let out a scream, and its drops scattered all over the ground. Fang Mo had Steve go and sift through the loot, finding over 10 emeralds, a nether star, and a black-purple Megatama. Oh, is it a black hole Megatama this time? Seeing the Megatama on the ground, Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction. The rest was simple. Fang Mo felt no guilt about slaying villagers, so he started farming right away. After roughly half a day, Fang Mo had already obtained all the Megatama in this mod. Red Explosion Megatama, Black-Purple Black Hole Megatama, White Time Stop Megatama, Blue Storm Megatama, Green Drop Protection Megatama, Pink Healing Megatama, and Orange Projectile Protection Megatama. However, apart from these Megatamas, Fang Mo also obtained a strange pickaxe from the Villager's Avenger. It's a pickaxe called. Fang Mo hadn't delved much into the bamboo mod before, so he didn't know what this thing was for and immediately flipped through the instruction manual on the spot. After reading the manual, Fang Mo more or less understood the function of this item. It's a pickaxe similar to Tinker's construct, which can be upgraded infinitely. In addition to being dropped by the Villager's Avenger, it can also be crafted using 2 nether stars, a dragon egg, a block of diamond, and a piece of bamboo. However, unlike Tinker's tools, each time this question mark pickaxe is upgraded, it gains a strange enchantment. Many of these enchantments have negative effects, such as a life-stealing effect that actually sucks the player's blood. Each time a block is mined, the pickaxe will absorb some of the player's health. The level of this enchantment can even be upgraded, resulting in even more of the player's blood being absorbed. Furthermore, this question mark pickaxe has infuriating effects like randomly teleporting the player, summoning monsters to attack the player, or eating the pickaxe via right-click, which speeds up the player's hunger consumption. This is really infuriating. Fang Mo almost threw this thing into the lava when he read this part of the manual. However, When Fang Mo continued reading patiently, he found that the pickaxe actually has positive enchantments too, such as fortune, and both positive and negative enchantments can accumulate as the pickaxe levels up. The maximum stacking level for enchantments seems to be 30. That's really ferocious. Because theoretically, this question mark pickaxe could even accumulate up to 30 levels of fortune. You have to understand, even the ultimate artifact of Avaricia, the World Breaker pickaxe, at most only has a level 10 fortune effect when its range digging ability is not considered. The limit of this strange thing is actually 3 times that of the World Breaker pickaxe. Of course, if it were just this, Fang Mo wouldn't be so excited. But the most important point is, he already has a disenchantment table now. Chapter 233, Steve Chapter 232. In order to study the question mark pickaxe, Fang Mo spent more than 10 days. But this time, his luck was really bad. The pickaxe had been wildly used by Steve and was already over level 40. However, it didn't have any useful enchantments, only a bunch of useless ones. Or to put it another way, these were all negative enchantments. Just the life drain attribute alone made Fang Mo dismantle 7 books. You should know, this is not traditional life drain, but rather losing your own health while using the tool. Additionally, there were enchantments like demon summoning, accelerated consumption, warp time space, and raw eating that Fang Mo also dismantled from the question mark pickaxe. For several consecutive days, he didn't get any enchantments he wanted. Fang Mo was also somewhat unhappy. So, he simply threw this crappy question mark pickaxe into a box and turned to study other things, such as the Tinker's Construct mod. Fang Mo had previously made 3 artifacts in the MC world. These were the Demon Sword Leviatine, the Storm Dominator Battle Axe, and the most awesome, the Superposed State Greatsword. Actually, Fang Mo wanted to take out the Superposed State Greatsword to play with it back when he was in the Bleach world. But after materializing a bedrock golem, he realized the sword could still be enhanced. The reason Leviatine is so strong is partly because of the fire giant Surtur. In order to make the superposed state greatsword also possess apocalyptic power like Leviatine, Fang Mo plans to stuff the bedrock golem into it to serve as the power core. As everyone knows, once MC items are materialized, they cannot be taken back to the MC world. For this reason, Fang Mo didn't use the superposed state greatsword to cut people in the Death God world. He wanted to reforge it and seal the bedrock golem inside. In the original Tinker's Construct, tools cannot be disassembled. But Fang Mo installed a Tinker's Construct expansion, which includes a Tinker's Smasher that can return some of the original materials in fragment form. The whole process is complicated, so it won't be mentioned here. In any case, this time Fang Mo used cosmic neutrons and dull gold to forge the blade, still used zero element for the core, and used shattered bedrock for the handle. He abandoned the sunshine alloy and instead engraved the spatial resonance power of ender metal into the weapon. However, it's worth mentioning, because he had a Megatama, Fang Mo also embedded a black hole Megatama into the superposed state greatsword. Of course, he didn't forget his storm battle axe either, directly embedding a thunderstorm Megatama onto it. In addition, he also researched other weapons like the hot spring sword, the villager discount sword, and the time stop sword. Since it was just a test, he didn't use any precious materials and casually made a few weapons, then experimented with them in the Minecraft world. The hot spring sword had the same effects as the bamboo mod's hot spring machine. However, after enhancing the weapon with redstone, he mysteriously gained an urgency buff when soaking in water. As for the villager discount sword, its function was indeed as described. What was funny was that when he stuck the villager sword into the ground, it didn't turn into a shop, but rather a half-bodiless villager phantom appeared above the sword, like a soul. Right-clicking this villager soul opened an operation page. Goodness, what kind of bound spirit? He couldn't help but comment. Due to his emerald factory, he had raised quite a few villagers, and occasionally killing dozens of them wasn't a big deal. After killing many villagers, he found that they actually started offering him discounts. A few pieces of coal, a few sheets of paper, or a few chunks of meat could be exchanged for an emerald, and so on. As soon as Steve drew his knife, these businessmen immediately became good citizens. This delighted him immensely. He never thought that these leeches would also have a day of fear. So he immediately used materials like emeralds, luxury alloys, gold, and cherry-colored diamonds to make a giant sword. After enhancing and enchanting it with various things, he named it the White Jade Wave God Sword. Its oil-removing effect was absolutely amazing. He even strengthened the sword with 2 enhancements, a drawer and bamboo shoots. After killing villagers, he could plant a bamboo shoot right on the spot, reducing the carbon emissions from the villagers' breathing. The corpses could also nourish the bamboo, contributing to nature. The drawer enhancement could be used to store the villagers' remains, which meant raw villager meat. It's quite peculiar, but he really liked it. He originally planned to enter the Jojo world sooner. But because tormenting villagers was just too satisfying, he ended up delaying for half a month. However, in that half month, his gains were huge. He not only created several artifacts, but also harvested a large number of essence berries. He even discovered a hidden function of the villager's sword, which was that it could be used as a supervisor. All you have to do is create a villager sword and stick it in front of a mob farm. This thing is equivalent to the player going AFK, all kinds of power-generating devices will operate in an orderly manner. Thanks to this, Fang Mo has already farmed enough gold, iron, and coal. So, he directly brought a lot of resources, preparing to expand the beacon pyramid within himself. This thing is really useful. After all, Fang Mo doesn't want to chug potions before every fight. Those who know will understand that he's applying buffs, those who don't might think he's addicted. Anyway, after being delayed for nearly half a month, Fang Mo has finally packed all sorts of things and is ready to move on to the next world. That is, Jojo's Bizarre Adventure. Actually, compared to Bleach, Fang Mo prefers to go to Jojo. It's not that he doesn't like Bleach, in its heyday its coolness and fashion value were off the charts, far exceeding anything nearby. But how should I put it? Bleach is, after all, a shonen anime. Few characters die, and it doesn't leave the audience unsettled or anything. But when you look at Jojo, even the main characters get wiped out. Araki, you're really daring to write this. Did you learn your knife-throwing technique from Dio? This time Fang Mo is going mainly to research the stand arrows and the stone masks. Other than that, it's probably about erasing those regrets. Although the charm of Jojo lies in its flesh and blood characters, their courage, dedication, and sacrifice, Fang Mo says he is just a casual person, not a great benefactor. He saves others purely because he wants to, not because the person doesn't want to die. I hope I start off in jail with Jotaro. Fang Mo quietly prayed, and then had Steve open the Book of Ages. Endless black fog poured out, swallowing both Fang Mo and Steve, accompanied by familiar weightlessness and darkness. Soon, everything returned to normal. Before Fang Mo could come to his senses, he felt something cold hit him. Opening his eyes, what he saw was a muddy valley. The sky was a deep black, mixed with the sound of rumbling thunder in the torrential rain. Since the system usually throws him near major events, Fang Mo started looking around as soon as he saw this valley. And upon doing so, Fang Mo really did see a carriage not far away. Certainly, this carriage has already flipped over. It's likely due to the slippery road from the rain, causing it to tumble down from the mountain path. Even the horse has been killed, its blood washed everywhere by the rainwater. This seems familiar somehow. Seeing this scene, Fang Mo suddenly had an ominous premonition for some reason. Just as if to confirm his suspicion, before he could go over to investigate further, a distasteful laughter suddenly came from behind the carriage. Ha ha ha! Look, a car accident! Accompanying this sound, a sleazy figure began to circle the carriage. The horse's leg must have got stuck in the mud, causing the carriage to fall off the cliff. Hey! How tragic! Tisk tisk, these guys died on the spot. However, this figure was quickly drawn to the bodies on the ground. These are indeed nobles. After seeing the corpses' clothes and the exquisite rings on their hands, this person's eyes lit up, emitting a lecherous laugh. You're dressed so well, but now it's all mine, hee hee. But at that moment, a woman suddenly shouted at him, "Sir, there is a child still alive in the carriage." A child? The sleazy man didn't even look at her, selfishly taking off the rings from the corpse's hands, muttering, "You fool, why bother with useless things? What are you doing?" The woman looked at her man in a bit of shock, only to be met with a harsh scolding. "Nonsense, of course, I'm taking the valuable things." The man's face gradually revealed a hideous expression, but he quickly noticed a box nearby. What is this? However, at that very moment, suddenly footsteps could be heard from not far away. Hearing the footsteps, the man was also startled, instinctively looking towards the direction of the sound. And upon looking, He saw a strange man. The man was strolling in the torrential rain, but strangely not a drop of water was on him. With black pupils and black hair, the clothes he wore were also odd, clearly not a local. "Who are you?" Out of nervousness, the man couldn't help but shout. However, the other party didn't answer him, instead, they smiled at him. "The things in this box must be good stuff. Aren't you going to open it and see?" Upon hearing this, the man was stunned for a moment. But then he quickly realized, perhaps the other party had also seen the carriage fall off the cliff and intended to come over and get a share. They must be birds of a feather. "Humph, I found this box first." The man quickly understood all this, his eyes slyly darting around as he hurriedly began to declare sovereignty. "Everything here is mine, especially this box, understand? Don't worry, I have no intention of taking it from you." Fang Mo smiled, "I'm just curious about what's inside. Do you really take me for a fool?" Upon hearing this, the man also snorted, but despite saying so, he was equally curious about what was inside the box. So he reached out and opened it. The moment he opened a small gap, he saw the contents. It was a mask made of strange, ancient-looking stone, filled with cracks and bruises. What the hell is this?" Upon seeing this dark and terrifying mask, the man instantly felt his hair stand on end, as if this thing were some sort of ominous object. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. "This mask is really scary." The man nervously swallowed his saliva, feeling uncomfortable all over. "It must be something cursed, I can't use this thing." As he was saying this, he hurriedly wanted to close the box. But just at that moment, a large hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. "Why close the box? This is a good thing," Fang Mo said to him while pressing on his shoulder, laughing heartily. "Quick, take it. Your son can use it." Chapter 234, Steve. Chapter 233. "You, what are you talking about?" Hearing Fang Mo's words, the man across from him quickly shook off his arm. "I don't have any children. Instead of saying that, we should be focusing on making more money." As he spoke, a sly glint flashed across the man's eyes. "You must be very interested in this box, right?" The man suddenly grinned as if he'd understood something, revealing a set of broken, yellow teeth. "Fine, I'll give you this, but you have to help me out. These teeth should fetch a good price." Having said that, the man reached out to grab the person lying on the ground. "Wait, the person isn't dead yet and you're already pulling out their teeth." Fang Mo, witnessing this, couldn't help but comment. "Did you ruin your teeth from chewing beetle nuts? Are you jealous of people with good teeth now?" "What? He's not dead." Hearing Fang Mo's words, the man was also stunned. He looked at the unconscious nobleman on the ground and remembered that he had just stolen the man's ring. What if the man woke up and caused him trouble? As he thought about this, a dreadful idea crossed his mind. But before he could act, Fang Mo suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he should be thanking us." As if to confirm Fang Mo's words, the corpse on the ground suddenly woke up at that moment and grabbed the man's arm. "What?" Caught off guard by the corpse, the man was clearly startled. His hand trembled, and he threw the box out. Due to the violent shaking, a stone mask fell out of the box. Before he could do anything, the corpse on the ground slowly opened his eyes. "Is it you who saved me?" The awakened nobleman looked up with difficulty at the man and then at Fang Mo beside him, speaking in a weak and anxious tone. "Where is my wife Mary? Are my wife and child all right?" Seeing the noble suddenly wake up, the sly man was also taken aback. But before he could react, Fang Mo, who was standing next to him, spoke up. "It's quite sad to say, but your wife Mary has now become Bloody Mary. Of course, the coachman is the same, but your son is safe, don't worry." Yes, please rest assured." Upon hearing this, the cunning man quickly nodded in agreement. "Is she dead?" After hearing this unfortunate news, the nobleman was instantly filled with sorrow, tears streaming down his eyes as he choked up. Is this also fate? However, he quickly composed himself. "My surname is Joestar. You have saved my life, and I will repay you." After taking a deep breath, Joestar, holding back his sorrow, said to the two, "While I am still clear-headed, could you tell me your names?" "Hey!" Hearing Joestar's words, the cunning man was stunned. He subconsciously turned to look at Fang Mo. As he had said, this nobleman really did regard him as a lifesaver and was foolishly thanking him, but, how did he know all this? As for how Fang Mo knew this? That's obvious. If Joestar didn't play dumb under such circumstances, he would surely be killed to silence him, especially in this era where killing someone is all too common. Joestar, being a noble, isn't foolish, he can think this through. But just because Joestar and Fang Mo could figure it out doesn't mean the cunning man could. They are not on the same wavelength, he just thinks the nobleman in front of him is easy to deceive. So he hurriedly introduced himself, I am called Dario Brando, a commoner. Dario. Dario. Brando. Fang Mo glanced at Dario Brando and couldn't help but comment, what kind of name is this, soup companion? No wonder Dio is called Dio Soup, has the Brando family been naming failures for generations? Big material stewing Dio or something? Are you mocking me? Upon hearing this, Dario Brando was immediately displeased. However, before he could do anything, Fang Mo suddenly smiled and stared at him. At that moment, Dario Brando felt a sudden chill. For some reason, the young man in front of him felt creepy. He has fought and brawled for decades, but has never encountered such a weird feeling before. The other person seemed like some sort of unknown creature wrapped in human skin. Just staring at him like this made him tremble uncontrollably all over, and his scalp tingled in waves. This indescribable fear was even hundreds of times worse than the feeling the mask had just given him. You. Dario Brando looked pale and couldn't even speak. However, at this moment, George Joestar saved him by directly asking Fang Mo, Sir, may I ask how should I address you? Oh, you can call me Fang Mo, Fang Mo casually replied, but after a thought, he added, you can also call me Steve, a wizard. As Fang Mo turned his head to look at George Joestar, the oppressive feeling disappeared instantly. Mr. Brando, Mr. Steve. George Joestar nodded, not caring that the other person claimed to be a wizard. In fact, in 1868 England, many people still believed in alchemy and astrology, so claiming to be a wizard was no big deal. So he said weakly, I, George Joestar, will never forget your kindness. After saying that, he quickly passed out again. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Dario Brando looked nervously at Fang Mo, seemingly a little fearful of him. Fang Mo, however, didn't care about him at all, because he was currently troubled by something else. Yes, he had indeed crossed over to the world of Jojo, and had just caught the first major event, that is, the crash involving George Joestar. This is the very first scene in all 6 parts of Jojo. It all started because George Joestar had an accident, and Brando discovered and wanted to steal his belongings. From this moment on, the blood destiny of the two families became entangled. As Fang Mo watched the scene before him, an uncontrollable thought emerged in his mind, the place where dreams begin. He had indeed come to the world of Jojo, but to be honest, it was a bit too early. It's currently 1868, which is even earlier than the timeline of the first X-Men battle. Why did it throw me near such a big event? Thinking of the current time point, Fang Mo also began to feel a headache. Wouldn't it be better to throw me into Egypt or Morio? Italy would work too. Now, I've become the ancestor of all stand users. This guy. Dario Brando looked at Fang Mo. This guy had been talking strangely to himself since the beginning. It's clearly raining, but he's not wet at all. All these illogical aspects were stimulating his nerves. Dario is just a low-level scum, and these illogical oddities really made him extra nervous. However, just as the two were lost in their own thoughts, under the rain's wash, much of the blood also flowed onto the stone mask. The mask suddenly began to vibrate restlessly, followed by a clicking sound. Numerous sharp, curved bone spikes suddenly protruded from the mask, making the whole mask instantly grim. It was obvious that if anyone put on this thing, their entire brain would likely be pierced in an instant. These bone spikes were curved and sharp, making the mask look as if it had come to life. What? Dario Brando was already on edge, and was startled by the suddenly activated stone mask. He couldn't help it, in this dark, rainy night, he had seen too many illogical and unusual things. Just standing there, this man named Steve made him shiver. In this context, the transformation of the mask was even more hair-raising. Now, Dario Brando just wanted to leave this place at all costs. But the problem was that George Joestar was still lying on the ground. In order to repay this nobleman's favor, he had no choice but to stay here for the time being and try to save someone. However, unlike Dario's fear, Fang Mo's face was full of a look of surprise at this moment. Because the moment the stone mask activated, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. System prompt, Blood and Life Essence research completed. You have gained 50% new module download permission. Hearing this system prompt, Fang Mo reacted instantly. If it was just about researching blood, Fang Mo might be a bit confused. But when it came to life essence, he couldn't afford not to understand. This is a magic module called Blood Magic. Although Fang Mo had not delved into it, he roughly knew what this module was about. Like its name, this module can turn blood into life essence, and then use it to make equipment or cast magic. The entry level is also very simple, just build an altar and then crazily bleed. After all, it's a module for collecting fresh blood. It seemed quite reasonable to use the stone mask to unlock it. But the problem was that the stone mask only unlocked 50% of the module's permissions, which was a bit of a headache. Who knows where to unlock the other 50% of the module's permissions? Could it be done by crazily draining vampires? Or find the perfect stone mask embedded with ether redstone? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Shaking his head, Fang Mo temporarily set aside this thought and turned his attention to George Joestar in front of him. In any case, saving people is the most important thing right now. Otherwise, it would be laughable if this guy died. The whole Jojo hasn't even started yet and it's already coming to an end. Chapter 235, Steve Chapter 234. Looking at the unconscious George Joestar in front of him, Fang Mo also felt a headache. Did he arrive too early? Although he also knew the temperament of the Book of Ages, he honestly didn't want to accelerate time using shit escape every time. Is this trying to force him to become the #1 poop fiend across all realms? At this current time point, Fang Mo really couldn't think of where to stir things up. After all, his understanding of Jojo is limited to the anime, and he has never read the original work by Araki. Through the whole Jojo series, what he remembered were mainly the stone masks and the pillar men, the stand arrows, and stands and such. However, Fang Mo only vaguely remembered that the pillar men were dug up near Mexico, and the stand arrows were dug up by Diavolo in Egypt, but he had no idea where these things specifically are. Diavolo dug up the stand arrows in 1986. However, the current time point is 1868, which is more than 100 years too early, isn't it? Although Fang Mo had become ageless after deification of his body, that doesn't mean he wants to dig graves in Egypt for 100 years. My head hurts. Fang Mo wiped his face, then looked up at the overcast sky. Tisk, let's at least stop the rain first. Saying this, he waved his hand towards the sky, activating the Vulcanite amulet within him. A red energy ball instantly flew from his palm towards the clouds. Within a few seconds, the torrential rain came to an abrupt stop. Even the dark clouds were dispersed, and the bright moonlight shone down, illuminating everything in front of him. However, since Fang Mo wasn't carrying Dario Brando on his back, Dario also saw this scene. This completely violated his understanding. Could the other party really change the weather with a wave of their hand? This definitely isn't something a human can do, right? This guy is certainly not an ordinary human. Thinking of all the strange signs before, Dario was directly scared and sat on the ground. Demon! Dario struggled to move backward, looking so scared that even his face twisted. Hey, isn't your courage a little too small? Seeing Dario's tearful state, Fang Mo couldn't help but say, as a mage, isn't it normal for me to know some magic? Demon! Dario simply couldn't listen to any of this, his body shaking like a sieve. In fact, he has always been such a person. As the scum at the bottom of the social ladder, greed and cunning have become his nature, deeply ingrained in his bones. He only dares to bully those weaker than himself, but when he encounters someone like Fang Mo, who is beyond his imagination, he becomes too frightened to speak. But who exactly is Fang Mo? Upon seeing this scene, he immediately came up with a solution. Come, take this, Fang Mo said with a smile, pulling out a palm-sized piece of gold from his pocket and casually throwing it at the other person's feet. Don't be afraid, it's just a gift for our meeting. Wah! Hey! Dario, initially full of fear, froze upon seeing the gold. Almost instinctively, he reached out to grab the gold in front of him. The heavy feeling of the gold instantly delighted him. This is actually real gold and such a big piece, too. Enough to buy him a lifetime's worth of drinks, right? For some reason, Dario suddenly felt that Fang Mo wasn't that terrifying. Is this, for me? Dario held the gold and asked with uncertainty. Use it to buy drinks, Fang Mo said, waving his hand dismissively. Why? Dario's face tensed up. Holding the gold tightly, as if reluctant to let go, he hesitated to ask, such a large piece of gold must be very valuable, right? To me, it's just trash, Fang Mo said. I told you I'm a mage, didn't I? Isn't it normal for a mage to dabble in alchemy? Alchemy? Greed and infatuation flashed in Dario's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and put on a flattering smile. Thank you, Master Mage. Thank you, Master Mage. All right, go save people now, Fang Mo waved his hand, clearly not a fan of people like Dario. First, go find the local sheriff and tell him that a noble is in trouble. Ask him to bring people over. Okay, all right. Driven by self-interest, Dario felt not a trace of fear and excitedly took off running, not caring that mud splashed all over him. Soon enough, he came back with a few sheriffs. The man leading them seemed to know George Joestar and was quite surprised to see him in trouble. He quickly ordered people to start the rescue, first taking the living back for treatment, and then having the remaining few deal with the wreckage here. Because they were nobles, even the dead bodies and wreckage had to be sent back somehow. Fang Mo, seeing this, happily followed. Using his eloquence, he quickly deceived, and learned the address of the Joestar family residence, the Joestar mansion. He did not bother with the crowd. Fang Mo walked slowly toward the Joestar estate on his own. Then, not far from the estate, on a mountain, Fang Mo set down the geocache. As soon as he opened the door, a villa created by Stark appeared on the spot. Fang Mo had chosen a great location, right on a cliffside. The building stood alone here, immediately giving off a magical vibe. Unfortunately, Stark's building was too modern. If it had been more medieval in style, Fang Mo might have started setting up his alchemy pot right away. He waited here for a few days. Soon enough, George Joestar came to visit. It had to be said that he was indeed a good man, even though he was still injured, he came to express his gratitude. Unlike traditional nobles rotten to the core, Joestar was honest and kind-hearted, which is why he was able to raise his first-generation Jojo, Jonathan Joestar, to be a gentleman as well. There were some criticisms, of course. But Fang Mo still greatly admired him. For that reason, Fang Mo kindly invited him in for a chat. However, Joestar was a 19th-century noble, and he couldn't understand the various modern technologies in the villa. Not to mention holographic technology, even LED lights left him stunned. He dared not drink cola, as it was continuously bubbling. And when he saw Fang Mo's pet, a small ender dragon, the last bit of doubt in his heart was shattered. It seemed that the man before him was indeed a mage. Originally, due to the impact of industrialization, many people in the 19th century had stopped believing in alchemy and mages. Joestar was no exception, he had never seen a mage in most of his life. Influenced by external factors, it was normal for him not to believe in such things. However, after seeing a dragon, a legendary creature, he had no choice but to believe. I never thought that the one who saved me would be an esteemed mage. Joestar had an expression of astonishment on his face. I'm ashamed to say that I was naive enough to think that mages didn't exist and were just something people made up. You're right. After hearing Joestar's statement, Fang Mo also nodded, mages don't actually exist. Hey! Joestar was taken aback, but Mr. Steve, you... Actually, my initial exposure was to law. Becoming a mage was more of an accident, and at most, it's a side job for me because my main occupation is as a doctor. Fang Mo said, it's just that I like to combine my main job with my side job, that is, combining being a mage and a doctor, or magical doctor for short. After hearing this, Joestar was stunned for a moment before finally giving a dry laugh, haha. Mr. Steve, you really have a sense of humor. No, I'm serious. Fang Mo spoke directly, my medical skills are top-notch in the entire divine medical universe. Apart from not being able to revive the dead, things like organ transplants, limb regeneration, etc., are trivial to me. I have a friend named Stark who almost died from heavy metals, and I replaced his organs 3 times. Didn't he still get saved? Mr. Steve, I think you might have a misunderstanding about medicine. Joestar couldn't help but rub his forehead and remind, such as the situations you mentioned. I think they already fall into the realm of magic. Nonsense. Fang Mo waved his hand dismissively, are you a mage? Do you understand magic? Magic is for taking your life, medical skills are for real healing. As he said this, Fang Mo took out a mystical blade from his bosom. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate the mystic death curse for you right now. Its current fatality rate is 100%. No, no, no. Joestar quickly waved his hands, Mr. Steve, I think you're right. That's more like it. Only then did Fang Mo satisfiedly put away the mystical blade. And just after Fang Mo had put away the blade, Joestar said to him solemnly, anyway, no matter what, Mr. Steve, I am very grateful for your life-saving grace. From this building and the magical methods you have shown, your needs and Mr. Dario's are probably not the same. I wouldn't dare to decide anything for you, but if you need the Joestar family's help in the future, please feel free to ask. I'll do my best to assist. Saying this, Joestar stood up from the sofa. He deeply bowed to Fang Mo. Oh, I see. Upon hearing Joestar's statement, Fang Mo also nodded, and then suddenly, as if remembering something, he said with a smile, speaking of help, I do indeed have a favor to ask. Please go ahead. Joestar immediately said. The principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Although I've gained great power, I've paid the price of losing the ability to have offspring, so. Fang Mo said with a smile. Why don't you let your son Jonathan recognize me as his godfather? Chapter 236, Steve Chapter 235. Why not, let your son Jonathan acknowledge me as his godfather? Fang Mo smiled and said, I've wanted a son for a long time. When he grows up, I can teach him magic. Is that so? Hearing Fang Mo's words, Joestar was taken aback at first, but then he quickly understood. Unlike the kingdom where Fang Mo comes from, the term godfather is relatively rare in Europe. After all, it's strange to suddenly have a foster father when the biological father is alive. However, Joestar is a nobleman, so he quickly understood Fang Mo's intentions. It's clear that what Fang Mo is suggesting has nothing to do with adoption. Instead, this is more like taking on an apprentice, or something similar to acknowledging someone as a godfather. Being European, Joestar is quite familiar with the concept of godfathers. Since Fang Mo saved his life and he himself is unable to have offspring, he naturally couldn't refuse Fang Mo's request to be Jonathan's godfather. I understand, Mr. Steve. Joestar nodded, then, the baptism of Jonathan will be left to you. Don't worry. Fang Mo made an okay gesture with his hand, then confidently patted his chest, I will make sure everything is clearly arranged for you. Watching Fang Mo's actions, Joestar felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding for some reason. But before he could say anything, Fang Mo spoke up. He looked thoughtful as he stroked his chin, sizing Joestar up, by the way, Mr. Joestar, I have a question for you. Joestar asked curiously, what is it? Do you? Fang Mo looked at Joestar and asked curiously, believe in fate? Fate? Upon hearing these two words, Joestar suddenly froze. He had originally thought that Fang Mo would ask him something else, about the business of nobility, his own experiences, or something about his son Jonathan. However, the other party had thrown out such a strange question. After a long silence, Joestar finally spoke slowly. Mr. Steve, I believe that fate does exist. Although we can't see it, it's affecting us all the time. We are all slaves to destiny. If my wife Mary hadn't bought that strange ancient mask, then she and I wouldn't have wasted time and happened to encounter that storm on the way back. You could say that it was because of that antique mask that indirectly led to her death. This is fate. From the moment she saw that mask in the antique shop, everything that followed had already been set in motion, including my encounter with you and Mr. Dario. All of this is predestined by fate. Having said this, Joestar quietly closed his eyes and sighed, we think we are defying fate, but we don't realize that this is also a part of destiny. After hearing Joestar's words, Fang Mo also nodded, is that what you think? This is just my personal humble opinion. Joestar said. What if fate insists on killing you? Fang Mo asked again, would you reject this arrangement of fate? Or, accept it willingly? I think I wouldn't fear death. Joestar pondered for a moment and then said seriously, death is not frightening, what is truly terrifying is a meaningless death. As a gentleman of the Joestar family, I hope I can die a meaningful death. If that's the case, then I will gladly accept the arrangement of fate. Your answer is really quite admirable. Fang Mo unexpectedly glanced at George Joestar. It must be said that the Joestar family's awareness was really high, leaving Fang Mo unsure how to continue the conversation. In the not-so-distant future, Dario Brando's child, a villain named Dio, would try to seize the Joestar family's wealth. And just when the other party wanted to kill Jonathan, George Joestar suddenly stood in the way of the sword, sacrificing his life to save his own child, dying in his son's arms. Fang Mo was indeed thinking of saving this kind gentleman. After hearing the other party's statement, Fang Mo also felt somewhat at a loss for words. Should he wait for the day Dio takes action and then step in to save him? Or should he just silently watch as the other sacrifices himself, passing on his golden spirit to his son Jonathan? Mr. Steve, have you seen my fate? Joestar is kind but not foolish. After their previous exchanges, he has already responded. After all, Fang Mo had already claimed to be a mage, so using astrology to predict the future seemed quite normal. More or less. Fang Mo nodded. He didn't mind spoilers and directly asked, "Do you want to know?" No need to say more about other aspects. Joestar thought for a moment, but finally couldn't help asking, "But could you please tell me when I will die?" "Probably, after your son comes of age." Fang Mo stroked his chin. He couldn't remember the specific time, but it was clear that both Dio and Jonathan were already adults when they clashed. "You will die in your son's arms." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Joestar seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "That is, enough. As long as Jonathan grows up, I have nothing more to worry about." After saying this, Joestar stood up from the sofa. "It's getting late, Mr. Steve." Joestar bowed to Fang Mo and then said, "I should also take my leave. Our conversation today has been greatly beneficial. I will cherish each day going forward." After saying this, Joestar turned and walked away. As Fang Mo watched Joestar's retreating figure, he pondered for a moment and then spoke up, "Actually, I could save you." "No need, Mr. Steve." When George Joestar heard this, his steps paused momentarily, but he quickly continued walking towards the door. "The Joestar family has been gentlemen for generations, and I am no different. A true gentleman does not fear death." After saying this, George Joestar pushed the door open and left. Fang Mo did not speak, simply watching the direction George Joestar had gone. To be honest, he felt somewhat conflicted. Long ago in the Marvel world, he had forcefully saved Thor's mother, Queen Frigga of Asgard. She had been willing to accept her fate and go to her death, but Fang Mo had saved her nonetheless. Because to Fang Mo, Frigga's death was a regret. After watching the whole movie, he had been filled with a strong impulse, feeling that she shouldn't have died like that. But George Joestar was different. His death was not a regret, but rather a kind of sublimation. Because he had willingly chosen to die, he had forged the golden spirit of the first-generation Jojo, his son Jonathan Joestar, granting him unparalleled courage and a heart full of determination and compassion. Fang Mo was a bit conflicted. The man had achieved greatness through his own death. Fang Mo didn't find this regrettable, on the contrary, he even admired him a bit. Theoretically, because he admired him, he should let him go to meet his death, but for some reason, it felt a bit wrong. Perhaps because of his charismatic personality, he also didn't want him to die. This is really vexing. Fang Mo rubbed his temples, but then suddenly paused and began to laugh. "Damn, is this the charm of Jojo?" Shaking his head, Fang Mo stopped thinking about George Joestar. The man still had at least 2 decades left to live, worrying about it now was indeed too early. Rather than sit here and ponder this, he'd better focus on studying his MC items. After all, he had brought back a lot of interesting things this time. Chapter 237, Steve Chapter 236. As the thought flickered through his mind, Fang Mo had already summoned his stand, Steve. Steve rummaged through his backpack and quickly pulled out several weapons, handing them over to Fang Mo one by one. Without hesitation, Fang Mo activated his ability to materialize. Soon enough, an exquisite azure western sword appeared in his hand. This was a container specially crafted by Fang Mo for the Snow Queen. Considering that his own weapon forms were too monotonous, Fang Mo opted for a western sword capable of breaking defenses instead of a broad-bladed greatsword. The hilt of the sword was made of ultra-cold metal called hose, and the guard was chosen to be tanzanite. As for the blade, Fang Mo used a nearly perfect material. It was on the same level as cosmic neutron ingots in the Avarisha mod, another material called the crystal matrix ingot. Cosmic neutron ingots represented physics and science. Weapons made of this neutron degenerate matter have such strong power that they can crush any known substance in the world. No matter how sturdy the chemical structure, it is fragile in the face of strong interactions, and everything will eventually turn into atomic dust and vanish between stars. As for the crystal matrix ingot, it represented magic and mysticism. Relying on his vague past memories, Fang Mo spent a long time testing this in the MC world before successfully crafting it. First, he placed 5 diamonds in an X shape on the workbench, creating an item called a diamond lattice. Then he placed the diamond lattices on both sides of the workbench and placed 2 nether stars in the center. Using the power of the nether for catalysis, the nether stars fused with the diamond lattice to form a special crystalline ingot. The interior of this ingot displayed a stable and complex matrix form. This intricate crystalline matrix structure allows it to carry astronomical levels of energy. In fact, the crystal matrix ingot is the ultimate material in Avarisha, one of the base synthesis materials for infinity ingots. Of course, the cosmic neutron ingot is the same. Physics and science, magic and mysticism, along with the catalyst of everything in the world, enable the player to finally touch the infinite power of the universe. The crystal matrix ingot inherently possesses 3 characteristics: crystallinity, aftershock, and greed. Add in the ultra-cold of hose metal, the frost of tanzanite, the ender resonance engraved into the blade, and various types of tinker's enhancements, original enchantments, etc. Without a doubt, Fang Mo crafted another artifact. Reaching casually into his trousers, Fang Mo directly pulled out the Snow Queen's greatsword. "Revive, my love, ah, no, bad luck." Fang Mo swung the greatsword in his hand and directly said, "Come out, my little maid." As soon as the words fell, a white chill began to spread. The girl like Ashue cutely crawled out from the cold mist. "Who, master?" Ashue let out a cold breath, then looked around. "Are we already in another world?" "Yes, this time it's the world of Jojo." Fang Mo deliberately spoke in Jojo's tone, "but as far as I can see now, I came too early again, so I can only study something else to distract myself." Saying this, Fang Mo directly raised the western sword in his hand. "Come, try this." "What is this?" The Snow Queen looked at the western sword in front of her. Alien flame needle. Fang Mo made a few stabbing motions with the western sword in his hand. A layer of mist resembling flames rose from the sword. It looked like it was burning, but it emitted a surprising chill, identified as pure fake fire. The Snow Queen looked somewhat speechless at her own master. Although she has lived in the MC for a long time, she has not spent more than 5 days in the real world. To be honest, she hasn't even had time to grasp some basic knowledge. Asking her to take over now is really too much to ask. Although Ashue is indeed very hard-working, she still can't keep up with Fang Mo's pace. Don't understand. Fang Mo glanced at Ashue and nodded. "It's okay, it is indeed a bit difficult for you at the moment. Just try this for now." "I'm sorry, master. I will study hard." Ashue pouted her lips and then reached out to touch the western sword. The western sword crafted by Fang Mo is very traditional. The whole blade is like a stick without an edge, so Ashue's little hand didn't get hurt when she grasped it. Ashue gradually transformed into a wisp of cold air and disappeared into the western sword. After absorbing the Snow Queen, the western sword in Fang Mo's hand also underwent a new change. The blade, originally made of crystal matrix ingots, began to emit a glacial blue glow, and its entire structure changed into something between energy and matter. It's somewhat like the lightsabers in Star Wars, but it's longer and sharper. Fang Mo tried swinging it a few times and found that it was no longer a purely crystalline structure. It even had a certain toughness and malleability, capable of fiercely whipping the enemy like a hard rubber stick. Fang Mo gently thrust forward. The sword tip shimmered, cold air surged, and a few ice flowers appeared in mid-air. Because he was in his own villa, Fang Mo didn't dare to test abilities like the Ice Heaven 100 Flowers Burial, but it was clear that this sword was much stronger than the previous end sword. Even the magical power of the Snow Queen had been greatly enhanced. Even without using the Ring of Arcana, this sword also possessed terrifying power that could freeze thousands of miles. In any case, there's no doubt that this weapon is stronger than that higher Intataru or whatever. Next time when going to the world of Bleach, he could have some fun with Hitsuguya Taoshiro. He heard that Hitsuguya's abilities had improved during the 1000-year Blood War arc, so it would be a good opportunity to practice on him. What should this sword be called? Fang Mo glanced at the western sword in his hand and pondered for a moment. Frostmourne? Tisk. I feel like that's not quite right. What if I get transported to World of Warcraft in the future? Flame Demon Sword. Ice Demon Sword. After thinking about it, a name suddenly popped into Fang Mo's mind, Ice Demon Sword. Rahab. The name Rahab originates from medieval church legends, said to be an ancient monster lurking in the primordial chaotic sea, representing the abyss of darkness and chaos. It is also mentioned in the Bible, but it's most famous for being a weapon in a game called Castlevania, featured throughout its various installments. After settling on this weapon's name, Fang Mo then materialized other weapons such as the Storm Battle Axe, Simplified Great Sword, Hot Spring Dagger, Villager Sword, and so on. Other weapons were fine, materializing them didn't cause any issues. But this Simplified Great Sword was the exception. Honestly, even Fang Mo himself didn't dare to test this thing at home. So he took advantage of the cover of night to leave the villa, flying and teleporting through the sky. He had no idea how far he had traveled before he finally completed the materialization test for the Simplified Greatsword in a forest. It was just as Fang Mo had imagined. The moment the materialization's white light flashed, a completely black giant sword appeared in front of Fang Mo. But before he could react, the sword instantly sank into the ground and disappeared. The ground, made of rock and soil, behaved as if it were water in front of this sword. It sank so silently that not even a ripple was raised. Holy crap, no! Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately activated his gravitational field, trying to pull the giant sword back. By now, the strength of Fang Mo's gravitational field had grown immensely, even capable of conjuring multiple meteors effortlessly. However, against this sword, it was as ineffective as a fart. Fang Mo couldn't pull the sword out. Instead, he himself was pulled underground due to the gravitational field. Upon seeing the situation, Fang Mo quickly abandoned the use of the gravitational field, flew out from the ground, and opened his 5 fingers to aim at the pit on the ground. He tentatively shouted, "Come back!" The moment he finished speaking, the Simplified Great Sword, which was sinking rapidly deep into the earth, suddenly paused. It then began to fly back up at an even faster speed, turning everything in its path into dust. A few seconds later, a dark flash passed by, and the handle of the Simplified Greatsword instantly fell into Fang Mo's hands. Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately activated his void ring. A purple-black light flashed, and he forcefully severed the gravitational connection between it and the planet. Damn! Seeing the heavy sword in his hand that was comparable to a star, Fang Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "Enchantment is still more powerful." Yes. It wasn't Fang Mo who summoned the sword back. It was the enchantment named Loyalty that was engraved on the sword. As is well known, the Loyalty enchantment in the game can only be attached to a trident, and its effect is that the trident will fly back to the player after being thrown. Like other enchantments, even if Fang Mo materialized the weapon, the Loyalty enchantment would still be retained. However, the Loyalty enchantment in the real world is not as rigid as it is in the game. Instead, it's more flexible, similar to Thor and his hammer in Thor 4, where it's not hard to see that Thor's hammer and Stormbreaker actually have some degree of self-awareness. After enchanting the weapon with Loyalty, the weapon will also have a bit of intelligence. Of course, calling it AI wouldn't be wrong either. After the heavy sword flew back into his hands, Fang Mo also tried to swing the sword, but unfortunately, the mass of this sword was too enormous. As mentioned before, the mass of the sword is 25,630,000,000 tons. Swinging this sword is akin to swinging 25,000 space aircraft carriers at the same time. Even though Fang Mo had enchanted this sword with various redstone enhancements and efficiency enchantments to make it lighter for him, he still couldn't manage to do it. After severing the gravitational connection with the planet, he could lift the sword. If he slowly accelerated, swinging the sword wasn't out of the question, but using it in actual combat would be wishful thinking. Damn, what should I do? Fang Mo looked at the dark giant sword in his hand and began to have a headache. Is it too late for me to go find a master and learn sword control techniques? Chapter 238, Steve Chapter 237. Looking at the simply heavy sword in his hand, Fang Mo also felt a bit of a headache, having no idea how to solve this problem. In fact, with the enchantment of loyalty, he could still use this sword. For example, he could simply leave the sword in place, teleport behind the enemy, and then summon the sword to fly over. Given the ridiculous weight of the simply heavy sword, just this move alone would be enough to kill most enemies instantly. But isn't this too stupid? It's as foolish as lying naked on the grass, pretending to fly a plane toward the sky, only to be hit by a frozen column of urine dropped from a passing airplane. Unless absolutely necessary, Fang Mo would never use such a tactic. Forget it, I'll figure it out later. Shaking his head, Fang Mo gave up on the idea of using this sword. His current strength is not enough to wield it, so he might as well just stash it away. With that thought, Fang Mo directly took out the end sword that sealed the bedrock golem, released the internal bedrock golem, and while it was still unresponsive, he thrust the simply heavy sword forward and resealed it into this sword. After sealing the bedrock golem, the appearance of the simply heavy sword in Fang Mo's hand also changed. The sharp blade became blunt, and the body of the sword turned into a material that was between metal and rock. The whole sword had no fancy or complicated decorations and looked very simple and heavy. Moreover, under the influence of the bedrock golem's power, this sword became even heavier. This further confirmed Fang Mo's idea of stashing it away. Anyway, he has no expectations for this sword now. Maybe he can reuse it when he can beat Scions much later. However, just as Fang Mo was about to put the sword away, he suddenly noticed the purple-black gemstone embedded in the sword's hilt. After seeing this Megatama, Fang Mo suddenly realized that when he originally crafted this sword, he seemed to have embedded a black hole Megatama in it as an enhancement. Black hole Megatama. Fang Mo glanced at the dark purple Megatama, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Could this thing actually generate a real black hole? If it can't be wielded as a weapon, then simply turn it into a large-scale destructive weapon. Thinking of this, Fang Mo decided to give it a try. He focused his thoughts on the great sword and activated the black hole Megatama. The next second, the condensed great sword in his hand suddenly trembled, and a pitch-black sphere appeared out of nowhere from the blade, releasing a sudden, enormous suction force. Surrounding trees, rocks, and even the air and light, everything was being devoured by it. Purple-black arcs of electricity roamed on its surface, and everything within hundreds, even close to 1,000 meters, couldn't escape its gravitational pull, continuously flying over before being disintegrated, shattered, and ultimately devoured completely. As time passed, the volume of the black sphere began to slowly expand. However, facing this terrifying suction force like a man-made black hole, Fang Mo didn't show the slightest tension. Instead, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Because he suddenly had a strange feeling. Fang Mo looked at the black sphere in front of him and then at the void ring on his hand. It was as if some kind of resonance had occurred between the two. The gravitational singularity created by the black hole Megatama seemed to have activated the gravitational control capability of the void ring. Their powers were mutually attractive, a mysterious feeling that even Fang Mo himself couldn't clearly explain. But in a daze, he felt as if he could control this power. So he tentatively closed his eyes. The void ring instantly emitted a burst of intense purple light, followed by numerous purple-black, arc-like gravitational rays erupting from him, crushing all tangible matter around him into dust. Very quickly, the black sphere stopped expanding and then vanished in an instant. Fang Mo opened his eyes and tentatively swung the simply heavy sword in his hand. The great sword, which originally felt as heavy as stars, was now effortlessly swung by Fang Mo, as if it wasn't a simply heavy sword but levantine, or perhaps a cleaving blade. Success! Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately showed an excited expression. He had been about to give up, but unexpectedly, after testing the black hole Megatama, he stumbled upon the correct method. This was truly exhilarating. The method was actually quite simple. It involved using the mass and gravitational field of the simply heavy sword itself to propel it. Once activated, the black hole Megatama on the simply heavy sword grants it abilities similar to a void ring, allowing it to affect the surrounding gravitational field to some extent, creating gravitational singularities, crushing everything around it, and so on. By using the void ring, Fang Mo can convert this power into a thrust, thereby achieving the effect of swinging the sword. This is somewhat similar to Fang Mo activating levantine using the Ring of Arcana. However, for the simply heavy sword, activating it requires the power of the void ring. When both the black hole Megatama and the void ring are activated simultaneously, the great sword not only possesses incredible density and mass but also amplifies Fang Mo's control over gravity. With a single thought from Fang Mo, the simply heavy sword in his hand suddenly quivered. Its originally dark blade became even deeper, as if it could devour light, looking like a strangely shaped black hole at first glance, a torn spatial rift. The Megatama of the bamboo module is so strong. Inspecting the simply heavy sword in his hand, Fang Mo couldn't help but sigh, even though it's just a decorative module, the means of world destruction keep piling up. What was the author thinking? Shaking his head, Fang Mo realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Megatama. He now knew how strong the black hole Megatama was. What about the other Megatamas? Thinking about this, Fang Mo directly took out the Storm Battleaxe and the Time Stop Sword, and simply tested them out. The power of the Storm Axe is originally not weaker than Levantine. Crafted by Fang Mo, this thing is even more terrifying than Thor's Storm Axe, possessing the ability to change the climate in a small area and generate storms and thunder. But if you activate the Rain and Thunder Talisman, the Evertide Amulet, and the Ring of Arcana at the same time, the strength of this thing will be elevated to an absurd level. Fang Mo thinks this thing shouldn't be called the Storm Axe. It should be called a damn weather control machine. Apart from the Storm Axe, the Time Stop Sword is also strong. Fang Mo casually tried it out and found that it could at least stop time for a few minutes, completely different from the tens of seconds mentioned in the Tinker Construct guidebook. He doesn't know whether it's due to its materialization or some other reason. Stopping time for a few minutes. Good lord, one sword is equivalent to more than 20 Zawarados. Fortunately, Fang Mo has good endurance in this area, otherwise, a fast shooter would have had enough time to wrap things up. Unfortunately, unlike Levantine, Rahab, or the simply heavy sword, while the ability of the Time Stop Sword is perverse, Fang Mo hasn't found any creature that can be sealed into the sword as a battery. If he could go to the D&D world, he'd like to capture a time dragon or something. But for now, it seems he can only persecute Dio, as it appears that in the Jojo world, only Dio Brando's stand can stop time. What? You mentioned Star Platinum? Jotaro's stand ability is clearly just a tape recorder. However, Dio Brando's stand ability is a bit weak, it can only stop time for tens of seconds at most. This is the real world, not the anime world. You can't extend time stoppage by narrating passionately, what can you do in just tens of seconds? The moment he took it out, time started flowing again. Isn't this just playing dirty? Thinking of this, Fang Mo also sighed helplessly, I don't know when I will be able to get the watch of flowing time. Chapter 239, Steve Chapter 238. After testing the Storm Axe and the Time Stop Sword, Fang Mo also planned to go back. With a slight thought in his mind, he directly used brown magic to teleport back into the villa. Testing these weapons took up quite a bit of his time, and it was already completely dark outside. As he had mentioned before, the current year was 1868, and nightlife in Europe at that time was far less rich than it is now. Many people were already resting at this time. But Fang Mo couldn't sleep at all. In fact, after his body was digitized, he had lost the ability to dream. Except for the time he spent with the X-Men. After all, the ability of the White Queen Emma was quite useful. Sigh. Bored, he sighed and summoned Ashue back. Master. Ashue, dressed in a white kimono, slowly appeared. She quickly noticed Fang Mo's expression and asked with slight confusion, Master, what's wrong? Do you know the three great miseries of life? Fang Mo asked. The three great miseries of life. Ashue tilted her head and asked, what is that? Toothache, constipation, insomnia. Fang Mo rubbed his temples and explained, of course, there are now new three great miseries, which are working 996, being cyberbullied to social death, and having your gaming skills nerfed. And right now, I am experiencing one of them, insomnia. Insomnia? What should we do? Upon hearing this, Ashue also began to think of solutions. She lowered her head to think for a moment and said, then, should I help you warm the bed? Let's not. Fang Mo with a sad face said, this really isn't what I had in mind. Sorry, Master. Ashue lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. It's all right, I'm not blaming you. Fang Mo smiled and then waved his hand at her, all right, don't think too much. Go make me a cup of tea. Okay, sure. Ashue nodded and then walked toward the kitchen. She had already been exposed to modern appliances when she was in the world of Bleach, so making a pot of tea wasn't difficult for her. Very quickly, Ashwe boiled a pot of spring water. However, because Tony Stark didn't like tea, he hadn't prepared any tea for the villa. There were only 2 packs of portable black tea in the cabinet. Ashwe didn't overthink it and just brewed a pot. After a moment, she also took some pastries from the refrigerator, put them on a plate, and carried them over. "Master, is black tea all right?" Ashwe said as she placed the tray on the coffee table. The corner of Fang Mo's eye twitched slightly, but looking at Ashwe's hopeful eyes, he didn't refuse. "Well, it's fine. Drinking this will help me sleep well." After saying that, Fang Mo picked up the teacup and took a sip. The light aroma of the tea, accompanied by a hint of refreshing astringency, gradually spread throughout his mouth. Actually, Fang Mo wasn't very good at appreciating tea. However, having a hot drink late at night felt pretty good. So he squinted his eyes, taking sips of black tea intermittently. His thoughts gradually dispersed and drifted away. Since awakening his stand until now, upon careful thought, it seemed like quite a lot of time had passed. During this period, Fang Mo was indeed learning and growing. Initially, he was even too lazy to study his workbench, frequently losing his temper. However, at some point, his restless heart began to settle down. He became more patient and even started using exhaustive methods to experiment, creating some machinery and crystal matrix ingots by hand. Even in terms of his mental state, Fang Mo was constantly trying to change himself. For this reason, he created his servant Ashwe, as well as a pet ender dragon he raised like a daughter. With their companionship, Fang Mo found that his mental state had indeed changed somewhat. But that doesn't mean he no longer misses home. He still occasionally thinks about the past. Perhaps it's when he sees a certain scene, or perhaps it's on a quiet night, Fang Mo feels that those long-dead memories are beginning to attack him. However, Fang Mo doesn't dislike this. On the contrary, he enjoys recalling those yesterdays that seem like a lifetime ago. The best times are always particularly short, as if everything should be like that, but he still remembers all those touching moments. Although Fang Mo is aware that returning to his original world and reuniting with his family would be very difficult, he still wants to try. Collecting wish machines from every world has become his primary motivation. Who knows, one might actually work? By the way, Ashwe. After taking a sip of tea, Fang Mo suddenly turned to Ashwe and instructed her, "Go to the Joestar residence tomorrow. They have many maids and butlers, you can learn about this field from them." "I understand, master." Ashwe had no objections, nodding her head and saying, "I will work hard to learn, please rest assured. I really want to get that stand arrow soon." Fang Mo played with the ender dragon and looked out at the starry sky. Soon, the night had passed. After dawn, Fang Mo briefly washed up, ate breakfast, and then led Ashwe to the Joestar residence. After exchanging a few pleasantries, George Joestar readily agreed to Fang Mo's request. "It's just about learning how to be a butler, that's simple, just let my old butler teach you." So, for the following period, Ashwe activated learning mode. She spent her days at the Joestar residence learning how to be a butler and gaining some real-world common sense, gradually improving her personality. In the evening, she returned to the mountain villa, took care of the household chores, and then rested. During this period, Fang Mo also performed a baptism for George's son, Jonathan. He took this matter quite seriously, even the water used for the baptism is from a real holy spring. He even changed into a priest's outfit, not intending to create a scene or anything. After baptizing Jonathan, Fang Mo spent a few days redecorating his villa. He planted a cherry blossom tree from the MC world in his yard and placed some decorative items from the bamboo and cherry blossom mod. He also repaired the large hole created by the cosmic meatball. However, while Fang Mo was decorating the villa, he suddenly found a geokist in his storage space. The geokist contained a dusk time tree that he had planted using a time seedling while he was in the Bleach world. It had the magical power to influence the speed of time. Thinking about this, a bizarre idea popped into Fang Mo's mind. Time tree, tree. Fang Mo pondered, stroking his chin, and started considering this outrageous question. Trees, plants, these plants are also a form of life, right? Can the time tree be sealed by the sword? Thinking of this, Fang Mo was a bit tempted. In theory, the tailed beasts are also a part of the 10 tails divine tree. Since he had sealed the 9 tails, does this mean that resonating end power can actually seal plants? Once decided, he acted immediately. Fang Mo immediately took out the geokist. He placed the box on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the magnificent time tree stood before him. Fang Mo drew an end sword from within himself and thrust the blade into the trunk of the time tree. Just as Fang Mo had expected, the gentleman trait on the end sword activated. The time tree started to visibly distort at a rapid speed, as if forming a vortex. All its branches, leaves, root systems, and trunk were absorbed by the end sword in a spiral pattern. Yes. Seeing that the end sword successfully absorbed the time tree, Fang Mo excitedly snapped his fingers. In the MC world, whether it's the gentleman or other mod capture balls, they can only capture entities like skeletons, villagers, or cows and horses, not trees. But this is not the MC world, this is the real world. Fang Mo guessed that due to world rules or some logical reason, trees have been considered as life entities and can thus be captured by the end sword. Unfortunately, Fang Mo's time stop sword is just an experimental item. When making it, Fang Mo casually used some bronze and iron, and randomly embedded a megatama for enhancement. To create a truly meaningful time sword, Fang Mo still needs to return to the MC world. After briefly pondering, Fang Mo quickly made up his mind. This time he had indeed come a bit early. Rather than waiting here like a fool for the plot to unfold, he might as well take this opportunity to go back to the Minecraft world, just like he had done during his first battle in X-Men, to bring out some 18-year-old shit. Time to start speeding up. With that thought, Fang Mo specifically called Ashue back. He didn't plan to bring the Snow Queen along this time. After all, her understanding of human common sense was still too lacking, so it would be better to leave her here to slowly learn some human knowledge. She could also help him clean the villa and look after the little ender dragon, etc. After instructing Ashue, Fang Mo immediately returned to the Minecraft world and started crafting a real-time stop sword. Actually, Fang Mo originally wanted to make the Staff of Time. The mod Tinker construct added a weapon called the Staff to the game. However, after weighing the meanings of the words staff crafting and sword selling, Fang Mo decisively chose the latter. He used crystal matrices, black meteorite iron, and Urus to create a huge sword. Engraving ender metal, strengthening, and enchanting were all old routines, there was no need to elaborate further. Afterwards, Fang Mo specifically farmed a round of villager avengers. And re-obtained a time stop gem. Upon embedding the gem in the weapon, Fang Mo quickly returned to the Jojo world. Accompanying the endless dispersing black mist, Fang Mo opened his eyes and began observing the surrounding environment. This place looked like a coal mine. Looking around, it was pitch black coal everywhere. Sporadic oil lamps and wooden frames. Besides, there were many people with similar colors to coal, half naked, holding burlap bags and tattered baskets, looking at him in astonishment as if they had seen a ghost. Not far behind them was a fat white man holding a whip. What the hell? Seeing the scene before him, Fang Mo was instantly dumbfounded. He immediately thought of his first trip to the X-Men's first battle, the same startling beginning, and the same crowd of pitiable people looking at him in astonishment. What is this ominous premonition about? Fang Mo couldn't help but touch his forehead, for some reason a bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Without thinking too much, Fang Mo immediately activated the effect of brown magic. A flash of white light, and he was back in his villa. Phew, that's much better. After returning to his own villa, Fang Mo finally took a deep breath. After calming down a bit, Fang Mo stood up directly from the sofa and began observing the surrounding furniture and environment. The villa that Stark had built for him was brand new. However, at this moment, although the place is usually well maintained, Fang Mo could still see a faint trace of the passage of time here. Fang Mo glanced at the wear and tear of the furniture and had a general idea in his mind. I see, it seems like my time skip has fast-forwarded another 10 years. I am willing to call myself a benevolent shit god. He mumbled to himself. Fang Mo then slowly opened the door and walked out. In the courtyard, the cherry blossom tree had already grown large enough to be embraced by several people. As for the lounge chairs and doghouse that were previously placed in the yard, they had all disappeared. Perhaps they were damaged from being too old. Fang Mo walked out of the courtyard and stood on the cliff at the mountain top, looking down. In the distance, the Joestar estate was still standing there. The Joestar mansion is still there. Seeing this, Fang Mo was somewhat relieved. In the original story, Dio Brando had quickly burned down this mansion after becoming a vampire. Since the mansion is still intact, it means the plot hasn't progressed too far. He didn't rush to study the Sword of Time. Fang Mo thought for a moment and decided to go directly to the Joestar mansion at the foot of the mountain. It was probably morning now. The servants in the Joestar estate were busy working. Gardeners were tending to the lawn, maids were washing and drying clothes, and some were helping the chef transport ingredients. Overall, it looked pretty busy. In the midst of this, Fang Mo also found a familiar figure. It was the Snow Queen Shui he had summoned. At this moment, she was dressed in a traditional maid outfit, standing near a fountain, and was sternly criticizing a burly blue-haired young man. Not wanting to waste words, Fang Mo teleported over. Jojo. How many times have I told you to keep your handkerchief properly in your pocket? I can't even remember how many times I've found it in a mud puddle. Do you have a grudge against it? If I find out you've lost it again next time, you'll be washing your mouth with muddy water. However, Shui had only gotten halfway through her sentence when she suddenly saw Fang Mo appear. She was stunned on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Unlike Shui, the blue-haired young man beside her showed an incredulous expression upon seeing this. His eyes widened as he said, How did this person suddenly appear here? Don't panic, kid. Fang Mo gave the blue-haired young man a smile. This is called teleportation. Your Joestar family has this ability too, but you can only use it once in a lifetime. What? The blue-haired young man was even more confused after hearing this. Teleportation? Our family? What are you talking about? Ah, the naive child of the landlord's family. Fang Mo looked at the blue-haired young man, Jojo, Jonathan Joestar, and couldn't help but sigh, what a straightforward and lovely gentleman's spirit. Too bad it went astray starting from the second Joestar. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed into his arms, tightly hugging Fang Mo. Fang Mo looked down and found that it was Shui who was hugging him. Master. Shui buried her head deep in Fang Mo's chest, her shoulders seemed to be slightly trembling. However, she soon took a deep breath, lifted her head, and her eyes, slightly red, smiled and curved up, forcing out a somewhat heartbreaking smile. Shui has learned everything now, next time, take Shui with you. You've worked hard. Fang Mo patted Shui's head and smiled, yes, I will next time. Shui has changed a lot, not just in temperament and knowledge, but even some of her inner qualities have changed. Fang Mo couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but clearly, compared to the emotionless Snow Queen she was at the start, the Shui now seemed more human. In Fang Mo's view, it was just a moment, but Shui had already grown for 12 years here. To be honest, this strange sense of disjunction made Fang Mo a bit uncomfortable. It seemed that he should indeed take her with him next time. However, before Fang Mo and Shui could say much more, Jonathan Joestar suddenly reacted. He looked at Fang Mo incredulously and exclaimed, Wait! You are Shui's master? Then, could you be the mage that my father mentioned? Are you the Mr. Steve who performed the baptism in my childhood? Chapter 240, Steve Chapter 239. You're the Mr. Steve who baptized me in my childhood. Jonathan looked at Fang Mo with an incredulous expression on his face. Although he had never seen him in person before, he had always heard about him. It was said that he was a mysterious wizard. This was something both his father and sister Shui were very certain of. Being a child of his age, he naturally had a fascination with magic. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Steve, will you teach me magic? You don't even want to call me godfather. Fang Mo glanced at Jonathan and then uttered that classic line. Hey! Jonathan was momentarily stunned, but then he bowed his head in shame and said, I apologize. I should call you godfather. What a good kid. Fang Mo also started to smile, finding the boy to be quite straightforward. He then reached out to pat Jonathan's head but hesitated halfway, realizing that the boy's physique was so robust that he looked like a bear. Is this what a 12-year-old looks like? After a slight hesitation, Fang Mo patted him on the shoulder instead. Then he took out a large piece of steak from his bosom. Here, a gift for our meeting. Fang Mo handed the steak to Jonathan, take this to the kitchen and let your dad know I'm back. Let's have dinner together tonight if he's free. I understand. Seeing Fang Mo's magical ability to conjure items out of thin air, Jonathan was immediately thrilled. His godfather was actually a wizard, which was absolutely amazing. He quickly took the stake and ran towards the kitchen. After Jonathan left, only Ashue and Fang Mo remained in the room. Ashue didn't say much, standing quietly by the side. However, her gaze never left Fang Mo. Fang Mo also took the time to observe Ashue. Her appearance had not changed at all. Although she had switched from a white kimono to a maid's outfit, she still looked like a young girl. Her fair skin, amber circular eyes, and long, water blue hair tied into a high ponytail made her look even more vibrant. However, apart from appearances, Fang Mo felt many complex emotions from the other person's gaze. It seems that after so many years of experience, the other person has developed something akin to a heart, completing the transformation from a monster into a human being. Have you been staying in the Joestar family all these years? After thinking for a moment, Fang Mo decided to be the first to break the silence. Yes. Ashue nodded her head softly and said, initially, I just wanted to learn about being a butler, but later it turned into waiting for the master to return. Over the years, I have been asking Mr. Joestar to help me buy books so that I could learn about the world. It shows, you've changed quite a bit. Fang Mo smiled and gently patted Ashue's head. The feeling was like touching icy, silky satin, surprisingly pleasant to the touch, and Ashue seemed to enjoy it, squinting her eyes. By the way, where is my daughter? Fang Mo asked, I didn't seem to see her in the villa earlier. About her. Upon mentioning the little ender dragon, Ashue's expression suddenly became a bit subtle. What happened? Fang Mo noticed Ashue's expression and was also a bit puzzled. Did she sneak out to play? Or did she cause some trouble? Surely nothing bad happened. Nothing bad has happened. Ashue shook her head, then spoke with a somewhat strange expression, however, she has changed quite a bit over the years. Master, you should be prepared mentally. Changed quite a bit. Fang Mo was stunned when he heard this. How big could it be? It can't possibly grow several more, right? Cough, cough, cough. Ashue's face suddenly turned red when she heard this. Master, what are you talking about? No matter how it changes, its gender can't change. What I mean is, it has run away from home now. If you want to see it, I can take you there. Run away from home. Hearing Ashue say this, Fang Mo also became a bit curious about what exactly happened to the Ender Dragon. He waved his hand and said, let's go then, take me to see her first. I'll go say hello to them. Ashue nodded her head and then turned to walk towards the other servants. After briefly speaking to them, Fang Mo observed that this group of people was very polite to Ashue, probably because they knew her status was different. Not long after, Ashue returned to Fang Mo's side. Let's go, master. Ashue pointed in a direction, the place is quite far, we need to find a deserted area and then fly directly there. Soon enough, the two left the Joestar Manor. Ashue chose a deserted hillside and then activated her ice magic. A complex blue magic circle lit up beneath her feet. Ashue then conjured a large block of ice. She walked onto it first and even took out a mat from somewhere. Laying the mat on the ice block, Ashue looked at Fang Mo with a smile, Master, now you won't slip. Can we not talk about slipping? Fang Mo wiped his face. Seeing this, Ashue also covered her mouth and laughed. Completely different from her previous fear and guilt, she even started to tease Fang Mo, it's okay, master, I've been making ginger tea for 12 years and am now very skilled. Why are you so skilled? Fang Mo couldn't help but say. In the midst of their playful banter, the ice block on the ground quickly rose into the air. Ashue lightly tapped her fingertips and performed another unknown ice magic. Many tiny ice mirrors appeared in the air around her, distorting the refraction of the surrounding light, achieving an effect similar to optical invisibility. Fang Mo watched all this and had to admit that this guy had indeed grown a lot. The ice block flew at high speed in midair for more than half an hour. During this time, Fang Mo had been chatting with Ashue about daily life. The mountains below gradually turned into flat land, then into the ocean, and finally stopped on an island. Fang Mo looked down and found that this should be a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, with nothing but a forest and a large cave in the center of the island. Looking down from mid-air, Fang Mo could vaguely see a purple-black creature lurking in the cave. Wow, it really did run away from home. Seeing this scene, Fang Mo didn't know what to say. Could it be that Ender Dragons also have something like a teenage rebellious phase? I've never heard of this before. In any case, under Ashue's operation, the ice block quickly landed in the center of the island. Fang Mo finally saw his little daughter. Or should I say, she's already a big daughter now. Looking at the Ender Dragon, which was currently napping in the cave, Fang Mo was completely stunned. The Ender Dragon now is no longer the size of an Urha, a dog breed. This thing now looks like a sleeping bus, just its snoring alone is causing the cave to tremble constantly. Fang Mo observed it briefly and found that this thing has grown really fast. Just the claws alone are like steel knives, the original fine dark purple diamond scales have turned into palm-sized ones, extending from the lower jaw all the way to the belly, then to the tail tip of the shiny silver hard shell, which has become even brighter, full of a metallic texture. As for the curved dragon horns on the head, they are almost thicker than an adult's thigh. The shiny silver spines on its back have become more ferocious, the wings have become wider and more powerful. The cuteness it had when it was small has all disappeared, replaced by a kind of cruelty, dominance, filled with a king-like temperament. But besides that, for some reason, it has a lot of things piled underneath it. Fang Mo looked and found that most of these things are gold and silver coins, and in addition, there are a large amount of glass, plastic, stainless steel basins, armor fragments, wires, bones and the like. And it is just sitting in this pile of junk, drooling as it sleeps. Chapter 241, Steve Chapter 240. Ah, this. Seeing the mess of a dragon's nest, Fang Mo was shocked once again. I told you, Master, you need to be mentally prepared, Ashue beside him said helplessly. It's like this now, and it won't listen to me. I'm also afraid that if a fight breaks out, others will discover it. What a mess, I'm drooling. Fang Mo looked at the Ender Dragon snoring loudly in the nest and really couldn't hold back anymore. Where had the little darling who called him dad in his arms gone? What is this thing in front of him that's like a D&D dragon? Thinking about this, Fang Mo suddenly became furious. So he walked up directly, and kicked the Ender Dragon's rear end. With a loud boom, the Ender Dragon's body floated briefly in the air before crashing heavily back into the nest, making a tremendous noise. The weight of the Ender Dragon was quite substantial now. This slight impact had immediately crushed a lot of stainless steel basins in the nest, and even many gold coins were flattened, creating a large dragon-shaped pit. Suddenly being kicked, the Ender Dragon also woke up in a daze. Initially, it was a bit angry and planned to unleash a dragon's breath on this intruder. But upon taking a closer look, it found that the person standing in front of it was none other than its long-missed mother. Even though Mom seemed a bit angry right now. But the Ender Dragon didn't notice that at all and immediately became excited. Mom! The Ender Dragon let out an excited roar, and its massive body rushed toward Fang Mo, its head as big as a car aiming directly for Fang Mo's chest, seemingly wanting to nuzzle. However, Fang Mo was angry at the moment. Of course, he wasn't going to let the other party act spoiled. So he raised his hand to block, easily pushing the dragon's head to the side. However, the Ender Dragon still hadn't come to its senses, it was still very excited, and its huge tail began to wag like an electric fan, brutally sweeping down a large swath of trees. Mom! Mom is back! The Ender Dragon let out two happy roars, and then as if remembering something, it twisted its body and burrowed back into its nest. Its front claws furiously dug through the pile of gold coins, and quickly unearthed a skeleton. After seeing the skeleton, the Ender Dragon immediately became excited. It opened its mouth to pick up the skeleton, carefully placing it in front of Fang Mo, and then stood a little distance away with its chest puffed out, as if seeking praise. You are! Upon seeing this, Fang Mo felt overwhelmed. Almost instinctively, Fang Mo wanted to scold it. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly noticed a necklace around the skeleton's neck. It was a silver pendant that looked quite exquisite. The pendant was inlaid with a flawless, gorgeous red gem, and there were some other gems as decorations on both sides. What a beautiful pendant! Ashue also commented in surprise after seeing the necklace. However, unlike Ashue, Fang Mo was not pleased at all upon seeing the necklace. Instead, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy shit! Ether Redstone! It's beautiful, this one!" The Ender Dragon, of course, had no idea what Ether Redstone was. At the moment, the young dragon was still unaware of the gravity of the situation, and was just happily wagging its tail, I like it, but I want to give it to mom more. Damn it, that's enough. However, Fang Mo was not happy at all and began to massage his temples in frustration. Mom, don't you like it? Upon seeing Fang Mo's action, the Ender Dragon only then realized something was wrong. Its excitement slowly turned into confusion. It's beautiful, why doesn't mom like it? I'm asking you, where did you find this thing? Fang Mo asked directly. Stole it, the Ender Dragon honestly replied, from a faraway place. Where? Fang Mo asked. I don't know, the Ender Dragon shook its head. It's far, high up, and there's a lot of snow. Damn, really? Fang Mo slapped his forehead. This is hilarious. Did this stupid dragon just wipe out all those Ripple messengers? To avoid affecting the subsequent plot, he had specifically gone back to take a dump, but he hadn't expected that the Ender Dragon would go ahead and do everything that needed to be done. If even Zeppeli was killed by dragon breath, wouldn't the story of Jojo end before it even began? Is this the power of fate in the world of Jojo? It's really headache-inducing. Mom, did I do something wrong? At this point, even the Ender Dragon, who wasn't good at reading social cues, noticed that it seemed to have caused trouble. It cautiously asked, why? You've done too many damn things wrong. Fang Mo sighed and put his hand on his forehead. I feel like you've been a waste of training. Maybe go back and hatch another dragon egg with the question mark pickaxe. If there's a chance in the future, I'll just send you to the D&D world and marry you off to some random dragon. Hearing what Fang Mo said, the Ender Dragon was also startled. Although it didn't quite understand some of the words, it could still sense the disappointment in its mother's tone. At this moment, it became anxious. Mom, I was wrong, please forgive me. You were wrong. Fang Mo looked at the Ender Dragon in front of him, still somewhat reluctant to be harsh. But educating a child had to be strict. So he directly applied the policy his own mother used on him when he was a kid. Come on, you tell me, what did you do wrong? Hearing this, the Ender Dragon was also stunned. Yes. What did I do wrong? The Ender Dragon stealthily observed Fang Mo and then began to think. Seeing that mom was angry about the necklace, did it mean it had given the wrong gift? I gave the wrong gift. The Ender Dragon lowered its head and softly said, Mom doesn't like this beautiful thing. So, next time, I'll give Mom a black female human like Aunt Yoruichi, but she's not allowed to turn into a cat. Pfft. Before Fang Mo could respond, Ashue on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. UFC. Hearing this, Fang Mo was so angry he almost snorted. The problem is not here. Fang Mo couldn't help but shout, frightening the Ender Dragon into shivering. Look at how dirty you are, look at this place, it's like a dog's den. People who know would say it's a dragon's nest, those who don't would think a bunch of female knights were caught by goblins for a party. Is this how I taught you? Where did you learn this lack of cleanliness? But the Ender Dragon said grievously, Mom, I used to live in a dog's den. Hearing this, Fang Mo was also stunned for a moment. As for Ashue next to him, she was thoroughly enjoying the drama, laughing uncontrollably. Oh really, learned to talk back, have you? Fang Mo, feeling his face couldn't take it anymore especially after Ashue's laugh, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the Ender Dragon. It seems you've really grown, liking to talk back, hey? Looks like it's time to properly educate you. Chapter 242, Steve Chapter 241. Fang Mo is actually a bit conflicted. To be honest, this dragon has indeed made some mistakes. Such as going off to steal things, or not paying attention to personal hygiene and so on. Even Fang Mo himself did not expect things to turn out this way. After all, before this, he had been traveling alone through various worlds. Additionally, the flow of time in the MC world is different from other worlds. Staying there for too long has indeed made Fang Mo's sense of time more and more blurred. To him, there seems to be no significant difference whether it's a few years, a few days, or a few months. But this time, the changes in Ashue and the Ender Dragon are too obvious, which snapped him back to reality. Fang Mo's body has already been digitized, and as the master of the MC world, he is clearly not affected by time. But through this experience, he realized that time is still a very scary thing. Things are still okay on Ashue's side. She is just learning various kinds of knowledge to grow. After all, in the setting, the Snow Queen has already been living in the Twilight Forest for a long time and is mentally mature. She has just never been in contact with the real world. But the Ender Dragon is different. It has been hatched in the real world from an egg. It's like a child. Because Fang Mo is not around, and the Snow Queen can't manage it, so she gradually turned into a naughty kid. Influenced by its dragon lineage, it has picked up a lot of bad habits. The first issue is its lifestyle. With no one to restrain it, it has been influenced by its instincts, gradually taking on the form of other dragons. Whether it's its personal hygiene or its lair, both are messy and in disarray. If we were to categorize cleanliness levels as mild, moderate, and severe. After briefly inspecting the Ender Dragon's lair, Fang Mo would be willing to label it as India. I mean, look at the Indian street food, all made by hands, literally. It's like something you've raised for a long time suddenly went astray when you weren't paying attention. Fang Mo is really quite vexed, and what's even more headache-inducing is that he himself is the instigator of this issue. He now somewhat understands how difficult it is to be a parent. If the Ender Dragon were to act even more badly, calling him an old man or something, then perhaps Fang Mo could bring himself to give it a good beating, just like the neighboring Xiaomi and Huailin's combo move of spinning the dragon by its tail, enacting a scene of fatherly love and filial piety. But looking at the redstone on the ground and thinking about how the dragon happily ran over to give him gifts, Fang Mo feels a bit complex. It's obvious that the dragon really likes him, and its naughtiness can't really be blamed on it. After all, in almost everyone's eyes, it was Fang Mo who disappeared suddenly. He initially thought that Ashue could take good care of it, but it seems he was too naive. Time is indeed a tricky thing, he has truly been played by it. Seeing the once ladylike dragon turn into a naughty dragon, Fang Mo also feels a bit guilty. Ah, forget it. Fang Mo sighed helplessly, then reached out and stroked the scales on the Ender Dragon's head. This time it's Daddy's fault, I thought too simply about many things. Mommy. The Ender Dragon let out a low growl from its throat, still trying to apologize. I was wrong about everything. No, I'm the one who's wrong this time. Fang Mo slowly shook his head. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his own father. So he stroked the scales of the Ender Dragon and said, you see, I wasn't born a dad either. This is my first time playing this role, so there are things I definitely got wrong. I'm sorry. As he said this, Fang Mo also turned his head to glance at the Snow Queen next to him. And you, Ashue? Fang Mo turned his head to look at Ashue beside him. I used to be on my own, so I didn't pay much attention to other people's thoughts. I'll pay attention in the future, and I won't leave you guys in other worlds. Ashue will strive to grow, master. Upon hearing this, Ashue closed her eyes and laughed softly. Just 10 years, it seems rather long. If I could grow up by your side, I would be happier. Then it's settled. Fang Mo smiled, I'll find a way to teach you, especially in the area of sarcasm. You must learn it quickly. Actually, in this aspect, I've already gained some insights. Ashue said, although I don't know the principle behind it, it seems I've caught on a bit. For example, every time I mention jumping to conclusions, Master's face turns dark. That should count as sarcasm, right? I told you to make sarcastic comments about others, not me. After hearing Ashue's words, Fang Mo's face indeed turned dark, just as she had said. However, after admitting his own mistakes, for some reason, Fang Mo felt much more relieved. So he simply sat on the ground and chatted idly with the Ender Dragon and Ashue. Of course, the main focus was still on the Ender Dragon, asking what it had been up to over these years. The Ender Dragon clearly also knew that it had made a mistake. It said it had been staying here all along, frequently going out to collect treasures and such. But it didn't snatch things as Fang Mo had imagined. After all, it was already 1868 when Fang Mo left, and due to the impact of the Industrial Revolution, various human weapons and means were rapidly innovating. It doesn't want to face those airplanes and cannons either. Although they can't hurt it, they are still quite troublesome. Somehow this little guy figured out how to slack off, literally. It learned how to dive and started to frantically search for sunken ships at the bottom of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The treasures in these ships are quite valuable. Many of the gold coins in its lair were salvaged from these sunken ships. As for things like glass, plastic, and stainless steel, that's another story. For example, a certain black dragon picks up trash in the dark of night. As for the ether red stone, which Fang Mo is most concerned about, the Ender Dragon said that this was the only thing it ever actively stole. Because it looked so beautiful, it really couldn't control itself and wanted to take it back for its mother. It said that a group of people were carrying a corpse on the road, and they were discovered by the Ender Dragon. At first, they didn't want to give it up, but then an old guy suddenly came forward. After a brief exchange, he mysteriously handed it over, saying that this was destiny, and that the man of the pillar was doomed or something. The Ender Dragon didn't understand these words and assumed that the opponents had been scared off after realizing they couldn't defeat it. So it grabbed the corpse and flew back to the Atlantic Ocean. I almost forgot, there's also a bald man in this world who can prop his eyes, said Fang Mo, wiping his face. He probably knew who the Ender Dragon had encountered. It must be Zeppelin's master, the legendary Ripple Master, who was said to predict people's destiny. After hearing the Ender Dragon's explanation, most of the misunderstandings were sorted out. So Fang Mo stood up, intending to take both of them back home. After all, he had dinner plans with George Joestar tonight, and he couldn't break that appointment. Let's go, my dear daughter, said Fang Mo, patting the fine scales on the Ender Dragon's neck. It's time to go home. But this place. Hearing this, the Ender Dragon was a bit excited but also turned its head reluctantly to look at its messy nest. Mom, I want to take it with me. Don't bring it, I'll make you a new one with gold when we get back, Fang Mo advised, looking at the dragon nest mixed with bones, blood, metal, glass, and a large number of bacteria and parasites. If you like shiny things, I'll buy a glass factory for you and produce high-transparency glass balls every day. Glass balls? The Ender Dragon tilted its head in confusion. Upon seeing the situation, Fang Mo directly took a piece of glass from Steve's hand. Activating his arcane ring, he instantly melted the glass into liquid at a high temperature. Fang Mo then kneaded the liquid like Jigong-shaping mud balls. As the temperature slowly cooled, he now held a clear and translucent glass sphere in his hand. He opened his palm towards the Ender Dragon and said, "Here, just this. Your dad here really likes making glass balls." The Ender Dragon instantly became excited upon seeing this. Although it didn't speak, its tail started wagging. "All right, let's go home and talk." Throwing the glass ball away, Fang Mo sat on the back of the Ender Dragon along with Ashwet. This was his first time riding his daughter. No, what he meant was riding a dragon, so he was still a little excited. "Let's go, my good daughter." Fang Mo chuckled and patted the back of the Ender Dragon. "Let's go home." Roar. The Ender Dragon let out an excited roar, then its pitch-black wings suddenly spread wide. The next second, it soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Fang Mo sat on the dragon's back, the gusting wind making his clothing flutter. Even the air in front of him formed a faint white cone, yet he still had the mood to look down at the scenery below. Before long, the Ender Dragon brought them back to the cliff. Given its current size, it clearly couldn't fit inside the villa anymore. Fang Mo looked around at the environment. He still had a few geocasts in hand. Making a separate nest for the little Ender Dragon wouldn't be a problem. He said, "Bear with it for tonight. I'll make you a separate nest tomorrow." "Thank you, Mom." The Ender Dragon lowered its head and affectionately rubbed against Fang Mo. Before Fang Mo could feel touched, the dragon suddenly licked him, covering him in sticky saliva. "You still haven't gotten rid of this habit of licking people." Seeing how joyful the Ender Dragon was, Fang Mo couldn't complain much. He just wiped his face and said, "Remember to call me Dad from now on." After that, Fang Mo was planning to use the Evertide talisman to clean himself up. But before he could turn on the water, a familiar shout suddenly came from not far away, "Danny! Slow down!" Fang Mo turned his head and saw a Dalmatian running up from the slope below. However, the dog noticed the Ender Dragon the moment it rushed up, hesitated, and then screamed in fear, running frantically back down the slope. Just then, the dog's owner also ran up. Of course, the owner also noticed the Ender Dragon and froze on the spot. Hey! Chapter 243, Steve Chapter 242. After the sunset, at the Joestar residence, Fang Mo was sitting at the dining table with Ashwet, sharing dinner with the Joestar father and son. "Never thought that after we parted that day, we wouldn't see each other again until 12 years later." Sitting at the head of the table, George Joestar's every move was full of a gentle yet dignified demeanor. "Mr. Steve, you really haven't changed at all over these years. Unlike me, My energy isn't what it used to be. When you reach middle age, you have no choice but to try soaking wolf berries in your cup, Fang Mo said as he leisurely cut his steak, also responding with a smile, if you think wolf berries won't do, maybe you can try becoming a Joe-level creature. What is that? George Joestar looked visibly startled. Something like an evil spirit? Or perhaps a demon? Fang Mo put a piece of beef into his mouth, and it must be said that the Joestar family's chef was quite skilled. The steak was juicy and delicious, perfectly paired with the spicy fragrance of pepper, really making one not want to stop chewing. In any case, it's a monster that surpasses humans. Haha, so many years have passed, and I didn't expect Mr. Steve to still enjoy making jokes. George Joestar shook his head with a smile. By the way, Mr. Steve, what brings you back so suddenly this time? I don't really have any business, Fang Mo chewed his meat as he spoke, just came back from a simple journey and wanted to say hello to you all, and incidentally see if Jonathan has any talent for practicing magic. Then thank you for taking the trouble, Mr. Steve. Upon hearing this, George Joestar immediately said thanks. Jojo, quickly thank Mr. Steve. Hey? Jojo. Noticing that his son wasn't responding, George Joestar turned to look at him. Upon doing so, he found that his son was actually voraciously devouring the steak. Whether it was that the beef was too delicious or the chef was too skilled, all of Jonathan's attention was on the steak. He stuffed 3 pieces of beef into his mouth in one go, then immediately grabbed the goblet and gulped down the grape juice. Jojo, what are you doing? George Joestar was stunned when he saw this but quickly regained his composure and shouted sternly, you have no table manners at all. Can you even be called a gentleman like this? After saying this, he directly ordered the butler behind him, take away Jojo's tableware, he's not allowed to eat any more. What? Jonathan was about to apologize when he heard his father's words and was completely stunned. With esteemed guests present, your table manners are so disgraceful. As your father, I'm ashamed of your behavior. George Joestar first waved his hand and then stood up, looking apologetically at Fang Mo. Mr. Steve, please forgive my poor parenting that has made you laugh. Ah, it's fine, we're all family here, no need to be so serious. Fang Mo waved his hand carelessly. In my hometown, there's an old saying, a son eats his father out of house and home. It's a blessing that the child can eat. Jojo is in his growing phase, absorbing more nutrients will be good for him. After saying this, Fang Mo magically pulled out a piece of bread and happily handed it to Jonathan. Come, Jojo, eat the bread. Jonathan was already stunned and subconsciously took the bread. Mr. Steve, I understand the principle, George Joestar sighed helplessly, it's just that Jojo. I hope he grows up to be an upright, kind, and gentlemanly man, so I sometimes discipline him strictly. Don't worry, he will grow into the person you hope for. Fang Mo smiled, actually, Jojo is quite sensible, he's just young. Old George, you should also try trusting your child sometimes. Alright. George Joestar sighed and sat back down. Jojo, aren't you going to thank Mr. Steve? Mr. Steve, thank you. Jonathan, reminded by his father, came back to his senses. First, he looked gratefully at Fang Mo, and then said to his father, Father, I'm sorry for my behavior, I'll be careful next time. Alright, continue eating. Fang Mo waved his hand with a smile, not caring about such matters at all. Speaking of Jojo's magical talent, I plan to test him out after dinner. If there's no problem, he'll probably start spending some time learning magic with me from tomorrow. No problem. George Joestar nodded at first, but then seemed to remember something and showed a somewhat awkward expression. Mr. Steve. What's the matter? Fang Mo looked at him a bit strangely. Do you know Mr. Dario Brando? George Joestar said. I just received news that Mr. Dario passed away yesterday. Oh, big news indeed. Hearing this, Fang Mo instantly understood. So he entrusted his son, Dio Brando, to you. Correct. George Joestar sighed and said, I heard that Dario got a large sum of money from somewhere. I was happy for him, but he got addicted to gambling and drinking. He said in the letter that he lost his entire fortune, contracted a severe disease, and his wife also died, so he hoped that I could take in his son Dio until he comes of age. Gambling. Fang Mo nodded thoughtfully. All he could say was that the power of fate in Jojo is really something. Dario took such a big piece of gold from him and still couldn't escape a fate of illness and death. After thinking for a moment, Fang Mo could only sigh, gambling and addiction really harm people. True happiness is more about looking at memes on the internet. Perhaps Dario had his own reasons. George Joestar's expression was somewhat helpless. But like you, he also saved my life. As a gentleman, I can't refuse his dying wish. I see. Fang Mo understood what the other was trying to say after hearing this. Based on the current point in time, Dio Brando is estimated to come over in a few days, staying with the Joestar family until he reaches adulthood, as Dario has passed away and George Joestar's son, Jojo, is 12 years old. About Dio Brando staying with them, George Joestar had actually forgotten. But when Fang Mo mentioned learning magic for the second time, he remembered that his own son went to study magic while Dio, who was staying with them, couldn't study it. Wouldn't that be unfair? George is a genuinely kind gentleman, and he didn't want this to happen. However, he couldn't ask Fang Mo to teach Dio along with Jojo. His gentlemanly spirit wouldn't allow him to make such a difficult request. Confirming what Fang Mo had guessed, George Joestar soon took the initiative and said, "Mr. Steve, I have an awkward favor to ask." "Go on," Fang Mo nodded. "Asking you to either give up teaching Jojo or to teach Dio along with him would be unfair." "I'm too ashamed to ask," George Joestar sincerely said, "but I also don't want to keep this from Dio, so after much thought, I've decided." Before George could finish, Fang Mo suddenly laughed. It's just this little thing." Fang Mo waved his hand. "I thought you were asking me to come out of retirement to help you unify Europe. This is nothing. I can teach that kid called Dio as well." "Mr. Steve, please, don't force yourself," George Joestar lowered his head. "If you change your mind because of me, I'd feel extremely guilty." "Old George, you're overthinking it," Fang Mo comforted him. "Rest assured, teaching both Jojo and Dio would actually make me happy. Two kids competing and growing together is what I'm looking for." "Is that so?" After hearing Fang Mo's words, George Joestar finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great, thank you so much, Mr. Steve. If there's anything you need, please feel free to ask." "Something I need, let me think." Fang Mo stroked his chin. Yes, when is Dio supposed to arrive?" "Tomorrow morning," George Joestar said. "Oh, I see." Fang Mo nodded. "In that case, after dinner let Jojo come with me for a bit. I'll give him a quick physical checkup to see what his talents are like." "No problem." George Joestar nodded, then turned to Jonathan and said, "Jojo, did you hear that?" "I heard, father." This time Jonathan was smarter and didn't gobble down his food. He promptly nodded and said, "I will cooperate with Mr. Steve." After finishing the important discussion, everyone finally started to enjoy their dinner. After all, it was beef produced by MC, and with the chef's meticulous cooking, even the serious George couldn't stop praising today's steak, thanking Fang Mo for bringing such delicious ingredients. Before long, dinner was finished. Fang Mo also gestured to Jonathan, "Jojo, come with me." "All right, Mr. Steve." Jonathan knew that he was going to learn magic, and he was visibly excited. He quickly ran over and asked, "Where are we going?" "It doesn't matter where, just call your dog over," Fang Mo said. Jonathan was stunned. "Mr. Steve, are you talking about Danny?" "Yes, I have something to say to him," Fang Mo said seriously. Jonathan paused for a moment, seemingly weighing the truth of the statement, but thinking about how the man in front of him was a mysterious wizard, he finally turned his head and whistled, "Danny." Soon, a large dog covered in spots ran over. To be honest, this dog is not good looking, and even resembles a pirate dog a bit. Due to being recently frightened by an ender dragon, it's a bit timid now and keeps its tail between its legs, not daring to come closer. However, upon seeing this dog, Fang Mo revealed a pleased smile. He took a golden apple out from his pocket and slowly squatted down, teasing the dog in front of him, "Zhe." Danny tilted his head, seemingly a bit confused about Fang Mo's intentions. But the next second, Fang Mo had a thought, and his stand Steve appeared behind Danny, picking up a bone and furiously right-clicking it. Very quickly, a bunch of red hearts appeared over the dog. Come, Danny." Fang Mo waved to the dog with a smile. Because its affection level was maxed, the dog obediently walked over. Come. Fang Mo put the golden apple on the ground, eat this. Woof. Danny barked once, then sniffed the golden apple. Not knowing what it smelled, it quickly began to gnaw on it, devouring the apple entirely in a blink of an eye. After eating the apple, Danny's attitude towards Fang Mo became even friendlier, happily sticking out its tongue. Good boy. Fang Mo also happily patted the dog's head, then said, remember, we humans are friends of animals and won't harm you. If anyone dares to kick you, then they are your enemy. When you encounter an enemy, don't be afraid, just go and bite them. Chapter 244, Steve. Chapter 243. Mr. Steve. Just as Fang Mo was communicating with Danny, Jonathan, who was not far away, also seemed to be taken aback when he saw this scene. You can talk to Danny. Although this is the Jojo world, where theoretically many people can see stands, the stand arrow has not yet been unearthed by Diavolo. Plus, Jonathan is still young, so he hasn't seen Steve's figure. He just finds it very amazing that Fang Mo can actually communicate with Danny. Isn't that obvious? Fang Mo rolled his eyes. I am discussing landing tactics with it, children shouldn't interrupt adults. But Jonathan couldn't help but ask, how do you do it? And what exactly did Danny say? Danny says its sharp teeth will tear apart the baskets of all unjust people, Fang Mo said. Also, it will always love its master, Jonathan Joestar, and has sworn that if anyone dares to harm Jonathan, it will call its good brother, the Hound of Tinned Aloes, to bite that person's basket. Jonathan was also confused after hearing this, but he quickly laughed awkwardly, ha, although I don't quite understand, still thank Danny for me, it's also my best friend. Oh, got it. Fang Mo nodded and then turned to Danny and said, your master says you look like Sun Hunglei. Woof. Whether it's due to localization mods or because it ate a golden apple to gain intelligence, Danny showed a puzzled expression after hearing this sentence. Mr. Steve, how do you manage to communicate with Danny? Jonathan, perhaps too curious, couldn't help but repeat the question. Translation magic, kid. Fang Mo explained briefly and then stood up from the ground. Don't always show a shocked or curious expression. It makes you look inexperienced and you've already lost in terms of momentum. Wait till Dio moves in, you won't be having good juice anymore. I see. Jonathan hesitated and nodded, but then became excited again. Mr. Steve, I also want to talk to Danny. Can I learn this magic from you? This magic? Well. Fang Mo glanced at the eager-eyed Jonathan and sidestepped the question. It mainly depends on your talent. By the way, how strong are you now? Can you lift a steamroller? A steamroller? Jonathan was again confused. What is that? It's fine, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Fang Mo shook his head and then pointed at Danny on the ground. Just remember, from today on, Danny is your magical pet. No matter what difficulties you face in the future, even if you encounter vampires, you must fight alongside it. I understand. Hearing the term fight alongside, the young and naive Jonathan felt somewhat impassioned. He had read some knightly literature before and felt as if he had become a brave and handsome knight himself. Tomorrow, the kid named Dio is coming. You two have to get along, understand? Fang Mo advised Jonathan, I know Dio's father, Dario, and he's not the most pleasant guy. I suspect Dio might have a weird temper, so remember to be more tolerant of him. Frequently inquire about his mother, to let him know you genuinely care about him. Hey! Jonathan wondered, why should I inquire about his mother? Because Dio cares very much about his mother. Fang Mo began to fabricate with a serious face. If he loses his temper, you can say, I assume your mother has passed away, your father must be very sad too, right? He might not say it, but he's always been affected by this. Comforting him might make him consider you a good friend. I see. Jonathan's face also showed a look of realization. I understand, Mr. Steve. From now on, just call me Master, Fang Mo smiled. Also, my real name is Fang Mo, Steve is just a stage name. Yes, Master. Jonathan said excitedly. Alright, now it's time for me to see your skills. Fang Mo patted Jonathan on the shoulder, go to the courtyard over there and run. After completing 20 laps, do push UPS. Do 100, go on. Okay. Jonathan, in high spirits, dashed out without looking back and started running laps frantically. His pet dog Danny also barked twice, then rushed out to run around the courtyard with his owner. However, unlike Jonathan, this dog had eaten a golden apple, so his running speed was almost like flying. For every lap that Jonathan ran, this pirate dog could run more than 4.5. And just as Fang Mo was watching Jonathan run, Shui also walked over. "Master, do you really intend to teach Jojo magic?" Shui also focused her gaze on the running Jonathan. "Although I'm quite curious, you probably don't know the so-called magic, right?" "Nonsense." Upon hearing Shui's words, Fang Mo quickly said, "I'm just 50% away from mastering blood magic, okay? Why do I feel like blood magic is not something Jojo should learn?" Shui crossed her arms and asked, "Didn't you tell me before? That kid named Dio will become a vampire and persecute Jojo's family. You're not planning on teaching him blood magic, are you? He doesn't need to be taught." Fang Mo shook his head and said, "That guy's talent is even above Dio's, he could become skilled through self-study. Will Jojo really be killed by that brat?" Shui asked. "If we don't intervene, it's likely," Fang Mo nodded. "For some reason, the fate of this world has a strong influence. I even suspect that even if we intervene, Jojo and Dio will still go down their original paths." "Do you plan to intervene then, Master?" Shui thought for a moment and said, "Or if you don't mind, Master, I can go and kill that brat named Dio. Would that be okay?" Upon hearing this, Fang Mo looked at Shui surprisingly. "Why? After all, I've lived here for more than a decade," Shui said. "Jojo, that brat, although impulsive and reckless, he is actually very kind-hearted. He's a good kid. I watched him grow up, almost like a half-sister to him. If he dies like this, I would be somewhat sad." "Is that so?" After hearing Shui's explanation, Fang Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You make some sense, but killing him off just like that, would complicate the subsequent plot." "But..." Shui started to worry. However, before she could say anything, suddenly a large hand pressed on her head, making her stunned. "Don't worry, I came here this time to make up for those regrets." Fang Mo smiled at Shui. "No matter what I do for fun, Jojo will not die, I can guarantee you that." "Thank you, Master." After hearing Fang Mo's promise, Shui also breathed a sigh of relief. "Is a verbal thank you all I get? I can't accept just that." Fang Mo smiled and his tone became playful again. "I did save a life here, you should at least give me a Thai massage or something to relieve my fatigue. If Master isn't afraid of getting frozen, Shui is willing to do not just Thai, but even Guan style." Shui chuckled. She had spent 12 years pondering the words Fang Mo had once said to her, so now she could respond to him quite smoothly. "Or are you saying Master enjoys getting frozen while getting a massage?" Shui really doesn't mind, but a double blast, forgive my bluntness, can you really withstand it? So you've only learned to make sarcastic comments related to freezing. Fang Mo shivered at the thought. A double blast or something. Just thinking about it is terrifying. What on earth has Shui learned in the Joestar family all these years? It feels even more twisted than an ender dragon. I can't help it, that's the impression that stuck. Shui covered her mouth and laughed. "I was joking earlier." Over the years, Shui has been working hard to control her coldness. If the Master is interested, Shui can serve you tonight. "Really?" Fang Mo's eyes brightened and he immediately grabbed Shui's hand. Her hand was soft and cold, still lower than a regular person's body temperature, but no longer like 1,000-year-old ice. It seemed she had indeed been practicing diligently over the years. "Let's go home now." Feeling this, Fang Mo directly said, "You go into the sword first, I will teleport us home using one-handed brown magic." "Master, aren't you going to test Jojo's magical ability?" Shui giggled. "Test my ass, he's already passed, with full marks." "I'll make his wand tomorrow," said Fang Mo as he pulled out the Rahab sword. "No more talking, get in quickly." Chapter 245, Steve Chapter 244. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Fang Mo, holding a cup of ginger tea, leisurely walked towards the Joestar residence. Jonathan Joestar had been waiting at the door for a long time, not just for Fang Mo, but also for the soon-to-arrive Dio Brando. "Ah, Master!" Seeing Fang Mo, Jonathan took the initiative to greet him. "Good morning, Master." Why did you and Sister Ashua leave early last night? Adult matters are not for children to ask about. Asking too much won't help you grow. Fang Mo sipped the steaming ginger tea and said calmly, you're still young and not of age to understand these things yet. You and Arena will understand when you're older. What? Jonathan was stunned. Who is this Arena that the master mentioned? Has Dio arrived? Fang Mo didn't bother to explain, after all, some things weren't appropriate to discuss on this platform. So he changed the subject, didn't your father say he would come this morning? He should be coming soon. Jonathan was indeed naive, easily having his attention diverted. By the way, master, I completed the tasks you assigned me last night quite easily. How's my talent for magic? Well. Fang Mo pondered upon hearing this. To be honest, he hadn't watched Jonathan run last night. When Jonathan was sprinting on the field, he was sprinting too. However, he still had to put on a facade of being wise and worldly. You barely pass in terms of physical fitness. Ah? Just barely passing. Upon hearing this, Jonathan felt a bit down. I thought my performance would be good. Do you think magic is easy to learn? Fang Mo glanced at Jonathan. So-called magic is manipulating the laws of nature through demonic power. If you learn this, you're standing against science. How could you handle it without a strong physique? Someone could easily tie you to a stake and burn you. Would you still be a magician? You'd be ashes. Jonathan couldn't help but say, even with a strong physique, one couldn't withstand that, right? Fang Mo was about to retort when suddenly, the sound of a carriage came from not far away. Both of them looked and saw a coachman driving a carriage straight toward the Joestar mansion. As the coachman pulled the reins, the carriage quickly stopped in front of them. Without saying a word, Fang Mo pulled out a bottle of invisibility potion and gulped it down. Master, it seems like Dio is coming, Jonathan said, not noticing Fang Mo's actions. He turned his head and was stunned. Hey? Where's my master? At that moment, the carriage door was kicked open. Jonathan instinctively looked up to see a suitcase fly out of the carriage and land on the ground with a thud. Soon after, a handsome young man in a deep blue suit jumped out. He landed gracefully, squatting slightly to absorb the impact, and then stood up, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Jonathan Joestar looked curiously at the young man in front of him. He was about the same age, with a similar height, but unlike Jonathan's blue hair, this young man had dazzling golden hair and wine-red eyes. His features were striking, his skin fair, and though he had an air that was difficult to approach, he was exceptionally handsome. As Jonathan observed him, it seemed the young man was also observing him in return. However, his expression didn't appear friendly. Although the corner of his mouth was slightly upturned, for some reason, Jonathan felt it was more mockery than a friendly smile. After some thought, Jonathan decided to greet him like a gentleman. You are Dio Brando, aren't you? Jonathan asked amiably. Correct, Dio said, putting his hands in his pockets and fixing Jonathan with an aggressive gaze. And you are Jonathan Joestar, right? Everyone calls me Jojo. Nice to meet you. Jonathan smiled and said. Woof. Just then, a dog's bark came from not far away. Both of them were drawn by the sound and turned their heads, only to find that the hunting dog Danny was happily wagging his tail and running toward them. Haha, Danny, Jonathan said, delighted. He squatted down to play with his beloved dog and took the opportunity to introduce him to Dio. Let me introduce you. This is my pet dog, Danny. Don't worry, he never bites. Tisk. However, when Dio looked at the approaching Danny, his face revealed an expression of disdain and disgust. The next second, before Jonathan could react, Dio suddenly took action. Just as Danny was about to pounce, Dio forcefully kicked toward its head with his boot. You should know that Dio was wearing high-top leather boots, and Danny immediately let out a howl. Woof, ow. What are you doing? Jonathan was, of course, stunned and immediately clenched his fists in anger. You bastard! I won't forgive you. Before Jonathan could take any action, Danny, who had been kicked away, suddenly got up from the ground. Dio's powerful kick seemed not to have hurt it at all. Danny shook its head and then glanced at Dio not far away, as if recalling something. The next second, the whole demeanor of the dog changed. Woo, roar. Danny's forelimbs slightly crouched on the ground, revealing a fierce expression. Its loose skin suddenly swelled, and you could vaguely see its steel-like tight muscles and exposed veins underneath. Dio had initially only focused his attention on Jonathan, but the dog's change made him alert. What's with this dog? Before he could finish his sentence, Danny charged like an arrow released from a bow. Upon seeing this, Dio hastily tried to kick again, but Danny, acting like a mad bull, was not afraid at all. It took the kick and rushed directly under Dio, pushing off with its hind legs. It aimed straight for Dio's crotch, its mouth full of saliva opening to reveal 2 rows of sharp, shiny fangs. Then there was just a grunt. Dio's face changed several times in an instant. First there was shock, disbelief, and then as the pain spread, he let out a scream. How dare you bite me, Dio? You're as disgusting as a dog who's been soaking in a mud pit for 2 days. Dio Brando's young Dio had been severely bitten and couldn't help but howl. The intense pain even made him unable to stand, and he collapsed onto the ground. However, it should be noted that Danny was still biting him. So when Dio fell to the ground like this, it tore his own wound even more. Ah! Stop! Stop it right now! Then Dio screamed again, constantly attacking Danny with his fists, even trying to poke the dog's eyes out with his fingernails. But seeing this, Danny's inner ferocity was also aroused. It used a dog's natural skill. Like a puppy who likes to shake slippers, Danny's dog head suddenly swung violently from side to side, tearing at Dio's flesh and nerves with brutal force, instantly turning his attack into cries. Tears and snot flowed down painfully. Help! Help! Someone come and save me! I'm going to be killed by a dog! Seeing this, Jonathan, who was next to them, was stunned. When did his own dog become so fierce? Is this even a dog? This is more like a cougar. However, just as Jonathan was stunned, Danny forcefully tore a piece of flesh with his front paws and neck, followed by a ripping sound, tearing off a big piece of bloody flesh. What? Seeing this, Jonathan was also frightened. This is really like a cougar, he hurriedly shouted. Danny! You stop it! Hey! Hearing his owner's words, Danny also turned his head to look at him. Danny looked at Dio, who was in tears and about to faint after being bitten. He thought for a moment, then spat out what was in his mouth and cheerfully returned to Jonathan's feet, sitting down obediently. Dio, are you all right? Jonathan, who saw this, was also a bit panicked, especially considering the amount of blood Dio was losing. Hold on, I'll get a doctor for you right away. You guys, are all bastards. Even in such pain, Dio clenched his teeth, crying and staring at Jonathan with a face full of hatred. I won't let you off. Growl. Before Dio could finish speaking, Danny started to snarl again. Dio was scared and kept trying to back away. His once neat suit was now covered in mud and blood, making him look completely disheveled. At that moment, the mansion's door was suddenly pulled open. What happened? George Joestar and the butler rushed up, quickly noticing Dio's miserable state. George's face immediately turned extremely unpleasant. What on earth is going on, Jojo? Father, Dio suddenly kicked Dan. Mr. Joestar. Before Jonathan could fully explain, Dio cried out as if he'd seen his savior, the dog. Jojo's dog suddenly jumped on me and bit me. Save me, Mr. Joestar. Chapter 246, Steve. Chapter 245. Help me, Mr. Joestar. Dio was genuinely scared after being bitten. Frankly, he was losing too much blood and was getting anxious. He said in a panic, I don't want to die yet. Dio. Hang in there. George Joestar, having experienced many situations, quickly calmed down after the initial shock. He hurriedly instructed those around him, quickly find a doctor, and you, bring something to stop the bleeding. Soon, servants brought over bandages and sterilized cotton. However, Dio had an open wound that was torn apart, and it was located in a very awkward position. Human thighs have major arteries, and the bleeding just couldn't be stopped no matter what. This is bad. Seeing this, George felt his heart sink. The person who had just entrusted their child to him was bitten by a dog on the first day. He felt guilt-ridden. He became anxious. Is the doctor not here yet? But at this critical moment, suddenly, a hand reached out from thin air, grabbing a piece of cotton. Then, under everyone's gaze, Fang Mo's figure slowly appeared from the air. Ah, it's cotton! Fang Mo ignored everyone's shocked expressions and smiled as he looked at the white cotton in his hand, just like the purest lotus is born from the deepest mud. A big black hand that's dirty and greasy and covered in juice can pluck such pure, soft cotton. The world is truly amazing. Mr. Steve. Seeing Fang Mo, George was stunned for a moment but quickly pleaded as if he had seen a savior, please find a way to save Dio. Don't worry, leave this to me. It's right up my alley. Fang Mo immediately smiled and pulled out a green stick from within his body, didn't I tell you before? Being a mage is just my side job. My main job is actually a doctor. Weren't you just asking where the doctor is? Well, the doctor is here now. Can you save this child, Dio? George asked worriedly. Of course. Fang Mo smiled and then directly summoned Steve. He placed 2 iron blocks next to the fountain. You two, carry this little villain to the to the operating table for me. Both of you, hurry up. Although George was also stunned by Fang Mo's magical means, he quickly sobered up and ordered the people around him. I'll help too. Jonathan probably also knew that he had made a mistake, so he quickly came to help. He grabbed Dio's arm, cooperated with others, and together they lifted him onto the makeshift operating table made of iron blocks. It has to be said that Dio is indeed a major villain. Even at this point, he can still maintain his consciousness. Clearly, he also just saw the scene of Fang Mo appearing out of thin air. This surreal scene made him look at Fang Mo in astonishment. You? What the hell are you? I am a mage and also a doctor. You can simply call me, Forensic Lord. As Fang Mo was explaining, he rolled up his sleeves, you must undergo surgery immediately, or you will undoubtedly die. But my anesthetic is used up, so it will hurt a bit. Bear with it, if you can't, you can tell me. I'm already in unbearable pain. Dio quickly said. Can you do arithmetic? Fang Mo suddenly asked. What? Dio was also stunned by this inexplicable question, but still subconsciously said, a little. Very well, then what is 1000 minus 7? Fang Mo asked, and then slowly pulled out a door-sized cleaver from behind. 993, wait. What's the point of asking this all of a sudden? Dio initially answered obediently, but quickly realized what was happening, especially when he saw Fang Mo suddenly draw this large sword. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face showing the Jojo specific look of terror. What is that big purple sword behind you going to be used for? Oh, this. Fang Mo wore a smile on his face, looking very gentle and kind. With one hand, he lifted the cleaver, swinging it to create a gust of wind. This is the magical tool we'll be using later. As for making you solve math problems, it's to prevent you from passing out. Your current situation is actually very serious. As everyone knows, men think with their lower half, and you've lost your thinking tool. I'm a bit concerned that if you pass out, you'll stop thinking and never wake up. So you must stay awake during the surgery. I won't get treated. After hearing all this, Dio struggled to get off the operating table. Let me see a doctor, I want to see a doctor. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Mo waved his hand, and the emerald handle was directly inserted into his shoulder, nailing him firmly to the operating table. Yee! Dio let out a screech in a broken voice. Mr. Steve, seeing what was happening before him, George Joestar couldn't help but speak up. Are you really able to treat people? Are you questioning me? Fang Mo turned to look at George Joestar. When you fell off the cliff years ago, it was also me who saved you. Otherwise, you would have died 12 years ago. Sorry, I'm not doubting your medical skills. George hurriedly said, what I mean is, Dio's life is hanging by a thread, and I'm a bit concerned he won't make it, especially since he's the child my lifesaver entrusted to me. Don't worry about that. Fang Mo waved his hand and said, I am a top-tier divine doctor in the universe, skilled in many deadly toxins, including but not limited to blah blah. Upon hearing this, George instantly broke into a cold sweat, thinking how close he had come to a fatal outcome. All right, everyone else step back. I'm going to treat the patient. Fang Mo waved his hand dismissively, don't disturb me while I'm performing the surgery. Everyone looked at each other and ultimately set their eyes on George. I am willing to trust Mr. Steve. George Joestar hesitated for a moment but nodded, he is a kind wizard. Let's go down, he will cure Dio's condition. Since George had spoken, there was nothing anyone else could do but to step back. Let me first examine your wound. After everyone had left, Fang Mo approached Dio with a magical knife in hand. Ignoring Dio's resistance, he forcibly spread his legs apart. Whoa! Danny did a pretty clean job biting you. Even a fearsome beast wouldn't have done it this cleanly. After some thought, Fang Mo took out 2 bottles of instant healing potion. Here, take this. Fang Mo handed the potion to Dio. When I say to drink it, down these 2 bottles entirely. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. What are the consequences? Dio hesitated to ask. The autopsy report will most likely say that the corpse is intact, with no external injuries, Fang Mo shrugged, and that the deceased passed away peacefully. I'll drink it. Upon hearing this, Dio immediately aimed the bottle at his mouth, ready to drink at a moment's notice. Good boy. Satisfied, Fang Mo nodded, then raised his magical knife, slowly aiming the blade at Dio Brando's navel. I haven't performed surgery in a while, so I feel a bit rusty. Let's make the incision here. What are you doing? Dio panicked again upon seeing this. Was this even surgery? It seemed more like this damned dark wizard wanted to cut him in half. Was this not a surgery, but some kind of evil, ancient live sacrifice ritual? Is the great Dio going to lose his life here? Impossible. No, don't. Just when Dio looked unwilling and desperate, Fang Mo didn't hesitate to make his move. With a squelch sound, Fang Mo immediately spoke, now's the time, drink it. Dio felt a sharp pain, but his survival instinct made him gulp down a potion. The next second, something bizarre happened. Dio felt an unbearable itch around his waist and felt something growing. Pinned to the operating table, he couldn't see what had happened, but strangely, the pain, and even the dizziness from lack of blood, disappeared. This. Dio couldn't help but show an incredulous expression. How is this possible? Your name is Dio, right? Just then, Fang Mo suddenly began talking to him. Actually, I find it odd. Danny doesn't usually bite. What did you do to make him so angry? Dio instinctively wanted to say that he had kicked the damn dog, but considering Fang Mo's relationship with George, he changed his tone and said in an innocent voice, sorry. I'm really scared of dogs. When it charged at me, I got scared and accidentally kicked it. I didn't expect it to be so aggressive. Oh, is that so? Fang Mo sighed internally, watching Dio act. This kid is only 12 and can already tell such lies. He clearly kicked the dog intentionally. One could say that he got what he deserved. Honestly, Fang Mo initially wanted to make him suffer a great loss, but considering that Dio was still a 12-year-old child with a terrible personality but hadn't actually killed anyone, Fang Mo held back a little, giving him a hard time but also giving him a chance. If he continues to be obstinate, I'll have my ways to deal with him. Don't kick that dog again, Fang Mo sighed and advised, this time you lost face, next time you'll lose your life. Isn't it good to be alive? Very, sorry. Dio looked at Fang Mo, shaken to the core, trying to look innocent. However, for some reason, Dio Brando felt an odd sensation that the other person seemed to have seen through his act. This made him a bit panicked. After all, he was here to take over the Joestar estate. If his terrible personality was discovered, it would be troublesome. But before he could think further, Fang Mo had already thrown a white cloth at him. All right, you're cured. Fang Mo pulled out the green gemstone handle from Dio's shoulder. The lower half of this side, and the basket on that side, are now redundant. It's not good for others to intervene in your business, so find a place to bury them. If you can't find a place, you can bury them with your dad. Chapter 247, Steve. Chapter 246. You. Upon hearing the other party's remarks, Dio was immediately furious. This damn guy not only spoke sarcastically during the surgery, but also caused him so much pain and humiliation. Now he even dared to mention his scumbag of a father. How could he not be angry? Dio clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. His nails even pierced his palms. Despite being visibly furious, surprisingly, Dio chose to endure rather than explode or confront the other person. The expression of anger flashed across his face and then everything returned to calm. Yes, this was a skill Dio had learned over the years, whether facing thugs on the streets of the slums or dealing with his drunken, crazed father. As long as he pretended to be obedient, he could minimize all risks. But only Dio knew how much he wanted to grind these scumbags into mincemeat. He would love to annihilate their entire families, watch them kneel and beg before him, and then smash their heads with a hammer, seeing their eyeballs and brains burst out. Just thinking about it made Dio feel extremely invigorated. "Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience." Dio slightly bowed his head towards Fang Mo, avoiding eye contact as much as possible. "Thank you for treating me, I'll take care of the rest now." After that, he wrapped a white cloth around his waist and struggled to get off the operating table, silently gathering his severed limbs. Dio first removed his trousers and shoes from the severed limbs and put them back on. He then picked up the lump of flesh from the ground, wrapping all the severed parts in white cloth. During all this, his face was ashen, but he continued to endure. Finally, George Joestar, who was watching from a distance, couldn't take it anymore and ordered his men to assist Dio, taking the white cloth from his hands and burying it somewhere. Soon, the commotion came to an end. George first instructed a servant to lock up the dog to prevent further injuries, then led Dio into the mansion. "Dio, the incident just now was my fault." Feeling somewhat guilty, George Joestar looked apologetically at Dio. "I'll find a way to deal with the dog, anyway." Upon hearing this, Jonathan was stunned. "Father, Danny didn't mean to." "Silence. Jojo." Before Jonathan could finish, George sharply interrupted him. "You are also responsible for injuring our guest. We are gentlemen and must set an example. If a mistake is made, we must take responsibility." After speaking, George looked at Dio again. "Welcome to my home, Dio. Starting from today, we are family." Upon saying this, George turned around to address the butlers and servants behind him. "Everyone, this is Dio Brando, the son of the man who saved my life. Treat him the same way you treat Jojo." "Yes, Mr. Joestar." Everyone nodded in agreement without question. "Dio, you don't need to be formal," George Joestar said to Dio. "Consider this your own home, and don't be reserved. I'll treat you like family. Jojo's mother has passed away, and you two are of the same age. Get along well." "Thank you very much, Mr. Joestar." Dio also slightly bowed, but when he raised his head again, his face displayed a worried and scared demeanor. Mr. Joestar, I might be impolite saying this, but I'm really scared. I'm afraid that dog will attack me again." "Don't worry, Dio, it won't hurt you again." George didn't think much of it, assuming Dio was just frightened by the bite. "I'll have someone take that dog far away from here. You don't need to worry, Dio. No one will hurt you in this house." "Thank you very much, Mr. Joestar." Upon hearing this, Dio quickly bowed again. But just as he bowed, hiding his face from others, all the fake gratitude, respect and excitement disappeared from Dio's face, replaced by a sly, triumphant expression. "Dio, the plan is a go." "All right, Dio, there's no need to be formal." George was not suspicious and even thought Dio was very polite. Smiling, he waved his hand. "By the way, let me introduce you to someone. This is Mr. Steve. You've probably already noticed when he helped earlier, Mr. Steve is a mysterious magician." "So you're Mr. Steve?" Dio acted quite well on his part. Although he was filled with anger inside, his face still perfectly showed an expression of surprise. He then gratefully said, "Thank you for stepping in to save me, Mr. Steve. A divine doctor takes action, only stopping when the patient is cured." Fang Mo waved his hand and said, "Hey." Dio was stunned by these words. Normally, shouldn't this guy either accept his thanks or ignore him? What did he mean by saying something like this out of the blue? "Haha, don't mind it, Dio. Mr. Steve likes to joke around with people," George said with a smile. "He's actually a very kind person. Your father and Mr. Steve saved me back in the day. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive today." Is it him?" Upon hearing this, Dio's eyes suddenly changed. He had heard about this from his father, something about receiving a large piece of gold. Honestly, that much money would have been enough for their family to live on for most of their lives. But his damned father developed a gambling habit, lost all their assets, and even his mother died young due to overwork. Thinking about this, Dio clenched his fists even tighter. He couldn't even clearly distinguish whether he was hating his own father, the person in front of him, or some intangible fate. In any case, he was very unhappy, very angry. Your father never mentioned me to you. Fang Mo looked at Dio, who was just a child after all. No matter how cunning, he wouldn't outwit him. Just from his expression, Fang Mo could roughly guess what he was thinking. It's strange, I clearly told him back then, if a family member gets sick, you can come to me. But when your mother passed away, he didn't seem to have sought me out. Upon hearing this, Dio's fists clenched even tighter. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who was not far away, was also feeling very complicated. Honestly, he was still a bit bothered by Dio's previous actions. It was Dio who kicked Danny first, but Jonathan knew that Danny had gone too far this time. It made sense for his father to want to send Danny away, but thinking about this still made Jonathan uneasy. But considering that they would be living together in the future, Jonathan sighed helplessly. He blamed himself for being so petty and thought he should quickly become friends with Dio. Maybe things would be much better that way? At this moment, George's voice rang out again, diverting Jonathan's attention. By the way, Dio. George said, Mr. Steve is currently planning to take on apprentices. I want Jojo to learn magic from him. Are you interested in this? If you are also interested in magic, you can learn magic with Jojo from Mr. Steve. I am very interested. Dio hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist his curiosity, considering the mysterious abilities of the other party. Thank you, Mr. Joestar, and Mr. Steve. No, Teacher Steve, please guide me in the future. Come with me, Dio. Joestar smiled, he quite liked Dio, who seemed clever and sensible. I'll take you to your room. Ah, then you guys talk first. Fang Mo, seeing this, also directly prepared to leave. I still have alchemy potions simmering at home, I need to go back and keep an eye on them. Jojo, Dio, remember to come to my house tomorrow morning. We know, Master. Jonathan quickly nodded his head. I also know, Moss, Tur. Dio followed suit, learning the phrase and even bowing to Fang Mo's departing figure. Fang Mo didn't look back, he just left directly. As for the other servants, they all went off to busy themselves with their own tasks. Seeing that everyone had left, Dio finally breathed a sigh of relief and began walking upstairs. Jonathan intended to follow, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Dio's suitcase and thought, since we're going to be friends, I might as well help him carry it. So Jonathan reached out to grab the suitcase. But the very next second, another hand suddenly snapped onto his wrist. Whatever technique was used, Jonathan felt his joints painfully locked and couldn't help but yell out. Don't touch my bag. Now that everyone had left, Dio finally revealed his true nature, glaring menacingly at Jonathan, you fool, remember this, never touch my things with your dirty hands. I just wanted to help you with your luggage. Jonathan tried to explain, but Dio suddenly lost his temper. As if wanting to vent the anger and resentment built up inside him, Dio gripped Jonathan's wrist tightly and delivered a fierce elbow strike to Jonathan's chest. Jonathan felt a sharp pain in his chest, his vision darkened, and he subconsciously sat down on the ground. And that wasn't the end of it. Dio grabbed Jonathan by the collar with one hand, looking down at him and said, listen to me, Jonathan. What that damn dog did to me. I will never let you off easily. Don't think that just because I've moved into your house, you can act high and mighty in front of me. I won't let you show off. I just want to get along with you, Jonathan responded, clutching his chest. Wasn't it you who kicked Danny first? Because I, Dio, hate dogs. Dio said menacingly. Not because I'm afraid of them, but when I see dogs trying to please people, wagging their tails and begging, I feel disgusted. You. Jonathan looked at Dio's terrifying expression and was about to speak. He suddenly remembered the words Fang Mo taught him, about mentioning his mother to comfort him and try to befriend him. Your mother must have passed away, your father must be very sad too, right? As soon as he thought of this, Jonathan blurted it out. What? Dio paused, then suddenly flew into a rage, even losing his rationality. His handsome face twisted into a horrible expression, you wretched thing, how dare you mention my mother? Meanwhile, elsewhere. Fang Mo had already teleported back to his own villa. The room was quiet, filled with a faint fragrance. Because of the late-night activities, Shui was still resting in the bedroom. Fang Mo quietly opened the door and peeked in. The sunlight shone from the window onto Shui's exposed shoulders and arms, making her already fair skin glow with a pale golden luster, almost giving her a sacred look. Without waking her, Fang Mo quietly closed the door again. Pouring himself another cup of ginger tea, Fang Mo then stepped outside the villa. The Ender Dragon is currently lying on the grass, sound asleep. Perhaps this creature has reached the age of rapid development. Now, all it does is sleep or eat, its body growing larger by the day. Fang Mo sat down, leaning against the Ender Dragon. He sipped on ginger tea while pondering what would come next. The entire plotline of Jojo is incredibly long, spanning even more than 100 years. As of the moment Fang Mo has traveled to, Dio and Jojo have only just met, and both are adults by the time the first part of the Phantom Blood storyline begins. In other words, Fang Mo feels that the current timeline is a bit early. Although it may seem like a long time has passed, what has occurred up until now wouldn't even make up half an episode in the anime. However, this time Fang Mo doesn't plan on going back, as he has some new ideas. Dio Brando, as the most iconic villain in Jojo, is deeply ingrained in people's minds. According to the setup, he is naturally evil, with villainous blood flowing through his veins and a pitch-black will in his heart. But Fang Mo is also quite curious. Dio is only 12 years old now, can his moral perspective truly not be changed? At the moment, Dio has not yet donned the stone mask nor started treating humans like insignificant objects. So, Fang Mo is somewhat interested in trying to see if he can change Dio's inner self. However, before that, he needs to first transform the environment around him. After all, he plans to reside here for an extended period and also intends to teach Jojo and Dio magic. It's essential to note that magic doesn't exist in this world. Although Fang Mo is fearless, he dislikes being watched by a crowd of muggles all the time. Therefore, the nearby terrain definitely needs to be altered to prevent ordinary people from entering. And so, Fang Mo pressed one hand onto the ground. The Twilight Thorns and Ring of Arcana activated, causing the entire mountain range to tremble in an instant. Chapter 248, Steve Chapter 247. I have to say, the Joestar family's estate is quite extensive. Centered around the Joestar mansion, a large area surrounding it belongs to them. Even the mountain range where Fang Mo is located is, in a strict sense, the Joestar family's private territory, so Fang Mo can do whatever he wants without issue. As long as he doesn't send the entire mountain into the sky or create a massive floating island or something, no one will intervene. Fang Mo indeed didn't create a floating island. After all, he's almost sick of playing with floating islands in this game. He simply used dusk thorns to create a natural barrier around the mountain range. This place is already the Joestar family's private territory. With the dusk thorns as a barrier, it's enough to keep out ordinary people. If needed, Shui could also set up a magical barrier or something. Fang Mo himself can't create barriers. That's just how it is, he hasn't drawn any magic-related modules yet. What he said earlier about teaching Dio and Jonathan magic was all nonsense. Honestly, even Fang Mo himself hasn't figured out what he could teach them when they come over tomorrow. He can't possibly teach them hellish jokes, can he? Jonathan may not have much talent, but Dio is promising. At that time, he could just throw the stone mask onto Dio, have him carry a drawing board and paint pens to Germany to take art classes, and then fail the course or something. Then, the way the Germans greet each other will turn into a Jojo pose, accompanied by a WRYYYY sound. If they can't do it, they'll be turned into undead. The most amazing thing is, based on this timeline, Dio could actually make it in time, can you believe it? What concentration camp? That's called the Imperial Blood Bank, okay? Dio would definitely eat until his mouth is full, yet still feel somewhat unsatisfied. Vampire, oh, we've run into a vampire. Although Fang Mo currently can't do such a disgraceful thing, just thinking about the scene makes him laugh. He loves this kind of trolling, and it also reminded him of an anime called Hellsing, which is also about vampires. Of course, the Vampire King in Hellsing, Alucard, is much more impressive than Dio, okay? As Fang Mo got lost in thought, half a day had already passed. In the end, it was Shui who pushed open the door and walked out, snapping him back to reality. Awake. Fang Mo looked up at Shui, how do you feel? It's a strange feeling, hard to describe. I feel a bit sour in my stomach. Shui walked over to Fang Mo and sat beside him, smiling softly, but how should I put it? Maybe it's because you're the master, so Shui doesn't dislike it. Thanks for your hard work. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo also smiled and gently rubbed Shui's head. However, at that moment, Shui glanced down and saw a teacup in Fang Mo's other hand. Noticing the ginger slices floating on top, she paused. Master, you are still drinking that? Cough cough, that has nothing to do with you. Seeing her reaction, Fang Mo threw the cup far away, where it disappeared like a shooting star. I mainly ate some Indian food for breakfast and messed myself up. It has nothing to do with you. After all, it was tikka masala, cooked by some punk. Really? Shui moved closer to Fang Mo, somewhat skeptical. Master, you must not lie to Shui. Fang Mo's gaze shifted. So it is because of me after all. Seeing Fang Mo's expression, Shui also sighed somewhat helplessly. Master, I'm sorry. Silly child, I don't blame you. Hearing this, Fang Mo also smiled and pulled her into his arms. I see all your efforts. Don't worry, I've now found a way to not mess up no matter what. What is it? Shui didn't resist, but obediently leaned in closer. Of course it's by using the abilities of Custom Steve. Fang Mo proudly said with his head held high. Didn't expect it, did you? I've cancelled my skin, truly solving the problem once and for all. Don't call me master anymore, remember to call me Paishiu brother. After hearing this, Shui was dumbfounded, like a puppet, just frozen in Fang Mo's arms. How is it? Fang Mo was rather cheerful, holding Shui and playfully saying, isn't your brother Fang amazing? Won't you explode then? Shui hesitated before asking, although I know you are the god of this realm, possessing unimaginable powers, to be honest. What you just said has somewhat upended my understanding. According to what I've learned in these 12 years, the human body has its limits. Will you eventually explode like a creeper? Retreat from more monsters and be like a creeper, hey? Hearing this, Fang Mo couldn't help but make a snide comment, so by that logic, I should also get struck by lightning. Who knows, maybe it will unlock some shit module or something. Hearing this, Shui blinked in confusion, and then burst out laughing for some reason. What are you laughing at? Fang Mo asked. Nothing, just felt that you're really gentle, master. Shui covered her small face and said, although it seemed strange at first glance, the more I get to know you, the more I understand what kind of person the real master is. I can't help it. It would be pretty boring if I kept acting perverse, right? Upon hearing this, Fang Mo also laughed and shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, after making some jokes, the atmosphere between the two became much better than before. Shui also clenched her small fists, indicating that she would continue to work hard to perfectly control all the cold air as soon as possible, so that Fang Mo would no longer need to drink ginger tea to keep warm every day. After that, the two also built a new nest for the Ender Dragon. The nest is primarily constructed of obsidian, and it's more appropriate to call it a huge lair rather than a nest. Previously, when they were in the Marvel world, Fang Mo had used a lot of gold blocks to show off and hit people. Now, he could use this gold to make coins as a bed for the Ender Dragon. In addition to that, there's a heap of emeralds. Fang Mo currently has no shortage of such items, so they could use them as they please. The Ender Dragon clearly also really liked this new lair. Piles of glittering gold, along with countless emeralds mixed in, filled the lair. The Ender Dragon was now staying in its nest and wouldn't come out, even burying its head deep into the pile of gold, leaving only its tail wiggling outside. By the way, Shui. Seeing the Ender Dragon's excited appearance, Fang Mo patted its head and turned to Shui beside him. When you have time, set up a barrier around this mountain. It doesn't have to be high level, just something to block ordinary people. Master, about that. Unexpectedly, Shui shook her head. I'm afraid I can't do that. Chapter 249, Steve Chapter 248. Master, I'm afraid this won't work. Hearing Fang Mo's request, Shui unexpectedly shook her head. Why not? Fang Mo looked at Shui a bit strangely. Because I'm not very skilled in barrier magic. After all, in that forest, all barrier magic is handled by the witches, Shui explained. I can only cast an ice barrier, but its effect would turn this mountain range into an extremely cold place. You understand what I mean, right, Master? Oh, I get it. Fang Mo nodded. Shui had made it clear that her ice magic would only turn this place into a twilight glacier. Just like the terrain where the Snow Queen resides in the Twilight Forest, besides extreme cold and solid ice, there was nothing else. It was truly a land of eternal frost. By the way, Master, you mentioned wanting to teach Jojo magic, right? Shui asked. The kid has some talent. If you really want to teach magic, should we ask the witches for help? Hey! Hearing Shui's suggestion, Fang Mo was taken aback. Ask the witches to come over? Are they knowledgeable in this area? Those witches were once real archmages when they were alive. They manage most of the barrier domains in that forest, Shui explained. They have a very deep grasp of magical knowledge. Although their own strength is not as great as mine, the Hydra, or that evil spirit, they are very suitable as teachers, especially since... Master, you don't really know any magic, do you? Cough, cough, your master is a melee mage. Fang Mo awkwardly coughed and said, I've watched tutorials. The internet says melee mages should max out armor penetration, attack speed, berserk, lifesteal, dual-wielding heavy weapons, etc. As for spells, you just need to learn a single illumination spell, and my weapon already has a glow enhancement attribute, so even that's unnecessary. I can just hack away. Shui stared at Fang Mo for a long time, seemingly wanting to retort but ultimately gave up, sighing and saying, never mind, as long as you're happy. Having the witches teach magic does sound pretty good. Upon seeing Shui's expression, Fang Mo smiled and then explained with some seriousness, however, we can't go back just yet. The Book of Ages allows us to travel between two worlds, but the flow of time is different in each. If we return for just a moment, it's possible that decades or even centuries could have passed here. Ah, is that so? Hearing this, Shui also understood. It seemed that the previous 12 years, in her master's view, had also passed in an instant. Just teach them according to my methods for now. Fang Mo waved his hand, there are still some things I need to confirm, so we won't go back for the time being. Okay then. Shui didn't say much, just lifted her little hand, if we can't go back, then we can't set up the barrier either. Let's just make do with this for now. As soon as she finished speaking, a mist of ice began to spread not far ahead. Then dozens of floating ice sprites, resembling sunflowers, flew out. My god! Naiads! Fang Mo was immediately astonished upon seeing this. Naiads! Shui paused for a moment, what does that mean? Is it a name you specifically gave to these ice sprites? More or less. Fang Mo nodded, to be honest, this little thing suddenly evoked his memories. Naiads is a monster in the game Dungeon and Fighter. Back when the game was at version 60, all kinds of sprite monsters were hard to beat. He was still in school at the time, didn't have money to spend on the game, and his little sword spirit was poked to death by these ice sprites countless times. But back then... well, although he often died while grinding, he still enjoyed it immensely. Even now, Fang Mo remembers dying from the Dark Thunder ruins all the way to the second vertebra, then being cleaved to death by the Ghost Cry Shadow Scythe in the Shadow Maze, getting beaten in turns by the three giants in the lava cave, being frustrated by the Headless Knight's healing speed, being chewed on by rats in Hamulin. And then there was the Abyss Party's ghost like Dark King Sidur. Some people online have said that they don't believe in things like family affection because they were abused by their father with a solid steel pipe 20 centimeters in diameter. Actually, what this person said is true, because Fang Mo had to grind through his own dad. In short, whether it's the plot or anything else, he still remembers all those experiences. Unfortunately, later versions changed too quickly. First, there was a mysterious major shift, then a group raid mode popped up, and Fang Mo soon gave up on it. Ah, if only there was a Tome of Ages to go to the Arad continent. Recalling past experiences, Fang Mo sighed, I wonder if Kaylee can enhance the Tinker Construct weapons. I really want to steal her crappy furnace, and then randomly seal a few apostles in the weapon. Master, what are you talking about? Shui of course couldn't understand, and asked in confusion. Oh, it's a story from another world, Fang Mo casually explained. Back then, I was an adventurer, constantly spending money to protect that world. Eventually, I came to my senses and left, becoming the god of the current MC world. Spending money? Protecting the world. Shui paused upon hearing this. It seems, you've never mentioned this before. After all, it's not something glorious. Fang Mo waved his hand dismissively. Enough, let's not talk about this. Go make me something to eat. Shui didn't ask any further and headed straight back into the villa. Fang Mo had brought many ingredients from the MC world, and some were already in the fridge. Shui had been practicing her cooking skills for 12 years, so making a meal was easy for her. While the little maid was busy cooking, Fang Mo took out the time-stop sword and transferred the time tree into it. The original time sword was made of black meteoric iron, URU, and crystal matrix ingots. It had an overall silver-black appearance with some crystal structures, very beautiful. But after sealing the dusk time tree, some root-like structures suddenly grew on the hilt of the sword, winding around the handle and the lower half of the blade. At first glance, it seemed as if the handle was made of a bunch of ancient vines, suddenly sprouting a blade. It's worth mentioning that a delicate golden clock also appeared on the hilt at some point. This clock is intertwined with a large amount of vines, making this sword look very ancient, vicissitudinous, and full of a mysterious feeling. Fang Mo simply tested the sword. It's pretty much what he expected. After sealing the time tree of the Twilight Forest, the time-stop effect of this sword has been extended. Fang Mo roughly estimated that, based on his perception of time in the time-stopped world, the time stop now lasts for about 10 minutes. That's pretty good. Many people's average time is around 10 minutes. Like those glue guys, this time is likely to be even further reduced. Besides the expected time stop effect, Fang Mo found that this sword also has the ability to modify the flow of time, similar to the time tree. It was said before in the world of Bleach that the time tree could accelerate time. Ichigo Kurosaki even practiced his Bankai under the shade of the time tree. However, after being sealed into the Sword of Time, this ability might have resonated with the Stillness Megatama in some unknown way, enhancing its original power. After testing by Fang Mo, he found that just by inserting the sword into the ground, he can distort the surrounding time field. The Sword of Time now can not only become a place for cultivation similar to the Room of Spirit and Time, but it can also create places similar to some legendary fairylands, giving a feeling somewhat like Timeless in the Mountain, but 1,000 years have passed in the world. With this discovery, Fang Mo was really happy. However, before Fang Mo could play for too long, Shui had already prepared a large table full of sumptuous dishes, so he had to go back and eat first. After dinner, Fang Mo chatted with Shui about how to teach the two unfortunate kids tomorrow. Under Shui's suggestion, Fang Mo began to rummage through Steve's backpack to see if there was anything that could replace traditional magic. After some brief research, most of the night had passed. Early the next morning, Fang Mo had just lain down for a short while when a knock on the door woke him up. "Master." "Good morning." The voice of Jonathan Joestar, full of energy, came from outside the door. "Dio and I have come to learn magic from you." "Master, are you home? What's with the young people these days?" Fang Mo heard this voice and helplessly sat up from the bed. "Don't they need to sleep? When I was their age, I was practically sealed to the bed. What kind of willpower did these two kids muster to escape the clutches of their beds? Maybe it's the allure of magic." Shui was also awakened and gently rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Master, should we ask them to wait a moment?" "Oh, no need for that." Fang Mo shook his head and then directly drew the Sword of Time, saying, "Watch me give you a new trick, let you witness the boy's instant grooming technique." As his words fell, Fang Mo immediately activated Time Stop. A strange time field expanded spherically, and for a moment, it seemed like everything around lost its color. Then everything returned to normal, but the entire world suddenly became silent. Everything, including Shui lying next to Fang Mo, froze. "All right. Start grooming from now on." Fang Mo stretched and then jumped down from the bed to get to work. However, because Fang Mo accidentally lifted the quilt when getting up, he saw some interesting stuff and suddenly froze. Looking at Shui's beautiful face, Fang Mo suddenly fell into deep thought. How about we use these 10 minutes to have a round of getting warm up? Chapter 250, Steve Chapter 249. The famous character Kyujo Jotaro once said, 5 seconds is still too short. And Fang Mo thought the same. 10 minutes was still too short for him. "So, is this your special skill?" After regaining consciousness, Shui was bewildered by the scene in front of her. She saw her face turn red and said, the boy's instant grooming technique? Master, you seem to be playing with something very new. Cough cough, this is all a misunderstanding. Fang Mo was a bit embarrassed and quickly covered Ah Shui with the blanket. Anyway, you go back to sleep for a while, I won't disturb you, I'm going to wash my face and then go out to teach them magic, okay? After saying that, he ran out in a hurry. Although 10 minutes was too short and made Fang Mo very uncomfortable, he still had some gains. At least he understood the cooldown time of the time sword's time stop. Yes, the ability to stop time does have a cooldown. Think about it, this thing can stop time for 10 minutes, if it could be used without cooldown, wouldn't that be invincible? Although he is quite invincible now as well. In short, the activation time and the cooldown time of this ability are the same, which is 10 minutes. Fang Mo washed up briefly, then snapped his fingers, and used Steve's custom ability to change into a new set of clothing models for himself. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. The knocking outside hadn't even stopped when Fang Mo had already pushed the door and gone out. You two did well, coming early, Fang Mo said after looking at the two people outside the door, and then said, don't do this next time. Jonathan was stunned for a moment. However, unlike Jonathan, Dio behaved very obediently, bending over and saying, I understand, Teacher Steve. Alright, today is the first lesson. Fang Mo began to speak. First up is the physical test. You two will now immediately run back to the Joestar estate, grab anything at random from inside, and then run back here. I have prepared 2 magical artifacts. Whomever returns first will have the privilege to choose first. I got it. Upon hearing this, Jonathan immediately turned and dashed down the mountain. Teacher Steve, then I will take my leave first. Dio, on the other hand, politely excused himself before turning and striding off to catch up with Jonathan. Fang Mo walked to the edge of the cliff, looked down, and soon saw the two of them sprinting down the mountain. Jonathan was in the lead, as this was the back mountain of his home, and he was quite familiar with the terrain. Even though he didn't know why there were more thorns blocking the path, he was still a bit faster than Dio. It wasn't long before the two returned from the Joestar estate and then set off back towards the mountain road at a breakneck pace. It's worth mentioning that at this moment, Jonathan was holding a wooden stick, while Dio was carrying a mask, yes, the stone mask. To be honest, Fang Mo was also a bit surprised to see the scene. Dio seems to have quite the destiny with the stone mask, could this also be what is called fate? But before Fang Mo could ponder this further, he noticed Dio had begun to torment Jonathan again. As previously mentioned, this was a mountain range in the Joestar family's territory, and Jonathan, being familiar with the terrain, was running very fast. Dio couldn't catch up no matter how hard he tried, and soon his face began to twist in frustration. Damn it! Jonathan, that damned guy! Yes, Dio had not forgotten how the other had mocked him yesterday. This damned rich boy already had everything, yet he still wanted to compete with him, Dio, for the first place. Just thinking about it made him furious. This damned guy, even though the mountain road is so rugged, he can run as fast as a galloping mule. I will never forgive him. With that thought, Dio suddenly came up with a plan. While running, he casually scooped up a stone from the ground and threw it forward with all his might. Jonathan was running excitedly, completely unaware of the danger behind him. The stone Dio threw hit him right in the back of the knee. The road was already rough, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground, apparently twisting his ankle and crying out in pain. Ouch! Jonathan, clutching his ankle, shouted, Dio! Did you do this? However, Dio completely ignored him and rushed past him while holding the stone mask. From the top of the mountain, with his super sight, Fang Mo saw all of this clearly. To be honest, he was also quite troubled. After all, Fang Mo had said before that he wanted to try and see if he could educate Dio to be a normal person, but it seems to be a bit difficult at the moment. This guy is different from a mischievous child. He is not a bear, nor is he simply bad. This guy is not only malicious but also particularly smart. Even though he is still a child, he is the most troublesome type among them. In short, very quickly, Dio charged with the stone mask. As for Jonathan, he limped along behind. Teacher Steve, I'm back. As if nothing had happened, Dio handed the stone mask to Fang Mo, and didn't forget to add, Jojo, he was in such a hurry that he accidentally sprained his foot. No, that's not it. Jonathan hurried to defend himself. Mr. Steve. Dio hit me with a rock. That's why I... Do you mean to say that you failed because Dio hit you with a rock? Fang Mo glanced at Jonathan and asked. Jojo, how can you accuse me like that? Before Jonathan could finish his sentence, Dio began to act, feigning surprise. Isn't it because you were too eager to win and accidentally fell and sprained your foot? I even reminded you, but you were so focused on victory that you didn't listen to me, right? You. Hearing Dio say this, Jonathan became even more anxious. Dio. Don't talk nonsense. However, before he could finish, Fang Mo interrupted him directly. Enough, both of you. Fang Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it had an inexplicable deterrent effect, and both of them fell silent. Dio, did you throw a rock at him? Fang Mo first looked at Dio. No, Teacher Steve, said Dio with a sincere face. I was really persuading Jojo to slow down. He's my brother, my friend now, of course, we should support each other. The outcome of a competition isn't important, but he simply wouldn't listen. Oh. Fang Mo nodded his head, then turned to look at Jonathan. Jojo, did Dio throw a rock at you? Yes. Jonathan was also very affirmative. Although Dio had only moved into his house yesterday, to be honest, Jonathan felt he had suffered enough grievances for one day. Even though a gentleman shouldn't think this way, he was still a child after all. Sometimes he couldn't control himself from overthinking, like his beloved dog Danny being sent away, the way the other spoke to him, the blows he received yesterday, including being hit with a rock today. Jonathan was kind-hearted, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel when he was being wronged. He just wanted a fair judgment now. Very well. Seeing the attitudes of both, Fang Mo nodded as well, then slowly began to speak. Although I don't know the specifics, one of you must be lying. Here's what we'll do, I have a way to resolve this. What way? Jonathan immediately looked up and asked. Let's all follow Teacher Steve's arrangements, Dio said politely. Both of you, swear to me. Fang Mo stroked his chin, thoughtfully speaking, both of your mothers have passed away, so swear on your mother's names, that if anyone lies, their mother will bear the shame for them, and in the next life, they will have to experience the same life over again. Upon hearing this, Dio immediately became displeased. Although he had no evidence, he inexplicably felt that Fang Mo was targeting him. However, before Dio could think of a solution, Jonathan by his side spoke up. I, Jonathan Joestar, am willing to swear in the name of my mother, Mary Joestar. Dio definitely just threw a stone at me. What? What? Seeing Jonathan swear so readily, Dio was taken aback. All right, it's your turn now. Fang Mo turned to look at Dio. Come on, Dio, swear on your mother's name, or do you not have the heart to tarnish your mother's reputation and plan to admit your wrongdoing? How? How could this be, Teacher Steve? Dio forced a laugh twice, then said, it's just... I promised my mother not to use her to swear, Teacher Steve, I don't mean to defy you, I can swear on my father Dario's name. Do you respect your father? Fang Mo asked. Of course. Dio was almost retching inside, but still explained with a smile, although father gambled, drank, cursed, stole, he was still good to me, otherwise he wouldn't have written to ask Mr. Joestar to adopt me, right? Oh? Is that so? Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's face also revealed a meaningful smile. Then, why would you spit on your father's tombstone and curse him as scum? Nanny. Even though Dio was cunning, he was still a child at heart. At this moment, upon hearing these words, he finally couldn't maintain his composure and instinctively stepped back. You. How do you know about this? However, after this reflexive statement, Dio's complexion also changed drastically. Damn. Damn it. I let it slip. I've said it before, I am a magician as well as a doctor, briefly a forensic. Fang Mo said with a smile, speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence, that day I was planning to record an unboxing video, but unexpectedly saw a kid with a suitcase standing in the cemetery. Dio, guess who this person was?
Thanks for listening.